connect to the corresponding channels and on the YouTube channel. Dear participants, as you know, ECLAC has a significant number of reports on Latin America and the Caribbean, on the social landscape, economic studies, the preliminary balances of economies, report on direct foreign investment, one on trade, and others. But we didn't have one on the challenges of productive development. And these are the challenges that we've always had at the core of our reflections and concerns here at ECLAC. Since I arrived, I have had the goal of strengthening this area, among others, and one of these ways has been by means of adding this scope to the productive development policies in order to make them an annual publication. ECLAC's reflections on this topic have been focused on structural change, on the predominance of employment and industry and the industrialization process. It is a process that we saw as the path to development. ECLAC has always worked to understand the technical process, which today we would call technological change. Following, there were many reflections and studies on productivity and agriculture, the methods of technical progress or advancement, exporting processes, small, medium SMEs, and the digitalization of productive processes, among many other topics. And we cannot leave out the integration of economic aspects in productive development. The report on productive transformation from 1996 was very influential, but this is only one of many of the contributions of ECLAC in this field. This evolution of ECLAC's thought has continued until today. However, the current context has been about filling what we see as a void in this conversation of public policies on productive development for several reasons. One, because as we will explain in detail in a few minutes, we see the region's countries in a low productivity. And it is in this drop where we find the tools for countries to be able to come out of this and have a greater, more inclusive and sustainable development. We are in an era of accelerated technological revolution with AI, with the health sciences, technology sciences, just to quote a few. And the convergence of these and other revolutions in health, education, digital government, and other fields is changing everything. The productive development policies cannot continue to be what they were 20, 30, or even 10 years ago. We must admit that this new reality is here, and we must continue to develop them in order to contribute to the modern world, promote growth and employment. Third, we face an economic and geopolitical world that is different from 10 years ago, 10, 5 even, and these industrial policies have come back at a global scale, with countries such as the US, China, the European Union making huge industrial efforts. Sustainable development includes very significant transitions such as energy, electromobility, the circular economy, sustainable economies, mitigation of climate change, again, just to quote a few, make us rethink the productive transformation and economic growth with a sustainability perspective. So these are some of the reasons that justify the need to elevate the attention that we give to productive development policies, the where, what, how, hows, in order to increase productivity. And this is the objective of launching this new annual series titled Overview of Productive Development Policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. How to promote this great productive transformation that the region needs. So that is what the region needs in order to reach prosperity and inclusive growth, sustainable growth, a great productive transformation. And we support this with evidence that we need to delve into and escalate. That is our call, and it is the objective of this series. Since this is the first one, the first session of this series, we have made a change in the dynamic, the normal dynamic of presentations, of reports. Aside from inviting the press, which is what we normally do, and we thank all journalists present and connected, today we've organized a seminar after the presentation that we will be making on the document. This seminar will have 3 panels where we will have 15 commentators, and all of these will be specialists in productive development. The first panel focuses on the challenges of productive development in the region, the second on governance and institutions for these policies, and the third one on the role of subnational governments and efforts at a multiple level. So without further ado, we would like to offer you a presentation of the report, a succinct one, of course, but before that, I'd like to offer some thanks first to Marco Ginás, Director of the Productivity and Management Division at ECLAC, and to the entire team, part of which are present here today, who have worked for over a year, aside from many other things done in the division to elaborate the product that we are presenting to today. We'd like to mention that this publication and part of the research that was done benefited from the financial support of the European Union, GIZ, and GMZ of Germany. So we thank all of you very much for your support. I'll begin with the presentation of the report myself, and then I will offer the floor to Marco Ginás.
Muy bien, como ven, el subtítulo ya lo anuncié.
So I've announced the subtitle. We have the great transformation. The question, the fundamental question in this first panorama or session that we're going to continue to present. Well, first of all, in the presentation, the context and a reading of the regional situation of the countries, the world situation. Then we will present a new vision for productive development. We are calling it a renewed vision for productive development policies, PDPs in the region. Then the results of the specific research that we've done. First exercise to quantify the productive development policies, an initial glance, a comparative glance, which we hadn't really seen, to institutionality and governance of these policies, and then a chapter on the subnational level situation, what's happening there, and finally with recommendations, guidelines, and lines of action. Regarding the context of the diagnosis in Latin America, we see a region that finds itself in a development trap. So we see low, volatile, exclusionary, and unsustainable economic growth. And it is a trap that is well known, but there is always some contribution to be made, especially in terms of how to get out of it. The inequality, low social mobility, and low cohesion. And a third trap, which is very important and cross-cutting, is the low institutional capacities and ineffective governance trap. So we have an average growth in the 62 years from 1952 to 2024. We see that the growth rate, the average growth rate, has been 50, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s has been 5.5% a year. In the following 10 years, from the 80s to 2009, it was half. It was 2.7%. And 2010 to date, the average growth rate has been 1.6, again cut in half. At ECLAC, we have been stressing the fact that growth in the last decade, from 2014 to 2023, has been only 0.9%, comparable to the 2% that we grew at in the last decade of the 80s. And we have finished a lost decade that is even more lost than that of the 80s. So that is the problem. It's this low capacity trap that has been with us for at least 70 years. This presents a challenge that we need to address, because with such low growth, 1.5% sustained for decades, it's very difficult to reduce poverty, create formal employment, quality employment, and having fiscal resources to fund all the development needs. Part of the explanation of this low growth is the low investment levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we can see that there are the lowest investment rates in terms of the GDP as compared to the other country clusters. These are rates that have been around 20% in the last decade. Advanced economies, the US, Canada, and Europe, have rates that have been around 32 to 35%. Emerging markets and developing markets, the darkest line, have been growing in the last 20 and then 10 years around 30% of the GDP, 10 points more than Latin America and the Caribbean as a region. This is a category that the IMF uses to calculate for 164 countries. And there are 28 Asian economies that have had rates of around 38 to 40% even in the last 10 years. However, the most important reason behind this capacity or low capacity to grow is reaching better productivity. With the low investment rates and other aspects, it's been quite difficult. The lines in this graph show us the GDP growth per worked hour since 2017, with Latin America and the Caribbean marked by the dark blue line. The lines in this graph show the evolution of the GDP, as I mentioned, and as you can see, the highest line, Europe, Korea, China, is the dotted line, which is growing significantly since the year 2000, are much steeper than Latin America. And you can see that the growth curve in Latin America has been a lot flatter since the 80s. It's been quite horizontal in the last decade. The shaded area of the graph is productivity between the US and Latin America and the Caribbean. We see that in the right-hand side. From the 50s, 60s, and 70s decades in the region, we saw around 2.5 hours worked to produce the same that was produced in 1 hour in the United States. Now, in 2023, we see almost 4 hours per worker to produce the same that was produced in the US, or is produced in the US in an hour. As Professor Schumann said, productivity is not everything, but in the short term, it is almost everything. So the slide shows us that we have a serious productivity stagnation problem that is part of the low productivity trap. Behind this, there is great heterogeneity in the level of dynamics of productivity in at least 3 different dimensions: the sectors of economic activities, companies, and territories. The graph on the left shows us the productivity by sector and the proportion of employment in each sector by economic activity and for total employment. The 2 sectors that concentrate 40% of the employment are agriculture and trade. On the right-hand side, those have the lowest productivity rates. On the right-hand side, we can see productivity relative to large firms by firm size between 2008 and 2018. The 2 bars with micro companies, medium-sized, small-sized companies, and medium-sized companies in orange. So the right-hand side is information from the European Union for 2006. So what do we want to show you with this? The comparison shows that the gap between productivity in the SMEs and larger companies in the region is higher than this same gap in Europe. If we think that in the region, the SMEs represent around 80% of total employment, it is clear that a large mass of the labor force in companies with lower relative productivity will affect not only aggregate productivity, performance, and growth, but it also contributes to income inequality. That shows, or well, it's part of the reason for inequality. The difference in productivity is also due to the large differences in territories within countries. This graph shows on the vertical axis the differences in productivity levels between departments, states, provinces, or regions, or as you call them in each country, for 8 countries. The size of the circles represents the size of each department, province, and region in terms of the GDP. As can be seen, there are many provinces or departments that are lagging far behind in terms of productivity compared to other territories. And we see here the territorial heterogeneity in terms of productivity. And relatively high levels of productivity are concentrated in few territories. Again, this is a pattern that we see in the graphs that, they have their differences, but they're quite similar. Again, this not only affects aggregate productivity performance, but also contributes to high income inequality. So, in conclusion, this diagnosis shows us that the major productive transformation required in the countries of the region involves scaling up and improving PDPs in terms of sectoral dimensions, company size, and territories. The second part is this new outlook, which is a new vision that ECLAC sees for development policies in the region. And it's what we've been developing in the last 20 years, not before. And it shows us productive development and a vast contribution from many economists and PDP practitioners on several continents and several institutions. We would like to make it very clear, and academia, of course. We would like to be very clear and say that the type of PDPs that we are promoting are not the same as industrial policies that are currently being implemented in some countries, including the US specifically, which are mainly materialized through subsidies and tax credits. To put it briefly, these are policies, industrial policies, that put subsidies first, while this new vision of productive development policies that we're promoting from ECLAC puts governance first. Allow me to explain. That's what we will clarify in the rest of the presentation.
Esta nueva visión puede resumirse en estos 6 puntos principales. Primero, no se trata solo de apostarle a la industrialización, sino a un campo más amplio de impulsores.
Graph is what we call, the technological situation has changed production. And before we thought that, and it was correctly thought, that only industry had economies of scale, greater demand, or chaining, value chain, product chain, but that has transferred to the agricultural sector and service sector. Economies of scale are so large in some of the service sectors that they actually bring about issues related to monopolies. Now, second, the new vision understands policies as collaborative efforts involving multiple stakeholders and levels of government, and thus gives centrality to the issue of governance mechanisms for these policies. Thirdly, this new vision combines horizontal and vertical efforts. In other words, it is not shy, if you will, about working on sector-specific transformation. Quite the opposite. In fact, it recommends vertical policies on specific sectors through clusters, approaches such as cluster initiatives and other production coordination initiatives. Fourth, it emphasizes the need to balance top-down policies with bottom-up policies, which implies giving a greater role to intermediate governments and local actors with regard to the design and implementation of PDPs. And this is key for the differences in the heterogeneity that we see at the territorial level. Fifth, this new approach adopts an experimentalist governance approach, which is appropriate in fields that are marked by high uncertainty and rapid change, which is the case of the realm of production due to accelerated technological changes and changes in the competition conditions and value chains. Now, sixth, this new approach adopts an internationalization approach, which means the ability to compete in world markets, as well as the ability to compete in a local market with competitive imports in an environment of openness to competition. So that is in short, and this is more broadly explained in the report. Now, this graph is what we call the little house for obvious reasons, or our temple, one could say, and it refers to what we see as the action domains for production development policies. As the graph suggests, PDPs require aligning several elements. First of all, as a definition, we understand PDPs as horizontal and vertical efforts that directly target sophistication, diversification, virtuous structural change of the production systems and as vehicles to increase productivity and achieve more productive, inclusive, and sustainable development patterns. Now, in terms of the areas of action, which are the columns that you can see there, these include certain areas such as science, technology, and innovation, technology expansion, specifically towards SMEs, digital transformation, entrepreneurship, closing the human talent gaps, financing, investment, including foreign direct investment, of course, sector-specific infrastructure and other sector-specific public goods, the sector-specific policy and regulatory agenda, and internationalization. Now, all of these columns exist, and there are two cross-cutting aspects. One is a territorial approach, that is, building on the realities of specific regions and working with local stakeholders. And two, an explicit consideration of governance schemes and mechanisms for production development, which is broadly understood as the mechanisms, for example, institutional arrangements, dynamics, instances, incentives that facilitate the coordination and articulation of different stakeholders, resources, and efforts around large strategic production development agendas. And again, all of this is explained more in depth in the report. Now, I already said that one component of this vision is the need to work on production development policies in specific sectors. We have proposed a list of 14 driving or dynamizing sectors, and this is only an illustrative list, by the way. In no way whatsoever do we want to imply that all country or territory should work exactly in these sectors. This is not a one-size-fits-all approach. That's the message. The message is that one needs to bet on production incentives or initiatives in certain sectors, nationally, territorially. Now, sectoral priorities must be defined. However, if a country wants to boost environmental sustainability, all of these sectors in the green column on the right are very relevant. With regard to services, exporting modern services, and wait, one moment, I'd like to take a few seconds here. Maybe you cannot see the screen well. The great environmental push calls for solar power, electromobility, the energy transition. Electromobility is key. This new circular economy paradigm is essential. Bio-industrialization resources, agriculture for food security, sustainable water management, sustainable tourism. These aspects are key. And if a country is betting on those components, this is a vision that is very different from the PDPs years ago. So this paradigm of nature-friendly growth, sustainable growth is intrinsic to this new view. With regard to services, the export of modern ICT-enabled services is a huge area of opportunity. That is the first sector appearing there. That is, for example, the largest export of my country, Costa Rica. More than 25% of Costa Rica's total exports of goods and services are modern services. So entirely, these have entirely transformed the Costa Rican economy. Uruguay is headed down that same path and has made great progress. And there is a consistent, aligned approach with regard to this current technological revolution. Within services, the care economy also stands out, the care society. This is developing this economy is a win-win situation in several dimensions because it allows women to enter the labor market, and given the demographic aging, it will be one of the sectors that will generate the most employment in the coming years. So if one invests in that subsector, well, that's key. We need to include this as part of the PDPs and part of this concept of building the care economy and working towards gender equality. In industry, the pharmaceutical and life sciences industry stands out, the medical device industry and the advanced manufacturing, and all of these industries have great opportunities together with semiconductors in terms of this new dynamics of reconfiguring global value chain and geographic location of production, the so-called nearshoring or friendshoring, which is shown as a cross-cutting area below on the graph. And this is a great opportunity for the region. There's a very interesting discussion there as to which countries may benefit from this and what we need to do to secure benefits. And we referred to that broadly in our most recent FDI report. However, in order for all of this to happen and to obtain the maximum benefit, we have to do our homework. And that homework involves working on deep agendas of production, development, and investment and attraction. So that is my presentation for you. And let me give the floor to my colleague for the rest. Thank you, Jose Manuel. I would like to begin by greeting the hundreds of individuals who are joining us virtually. Last night, more than 2,400 individuals had actually registered for this event on the Zoom platform, and this is a clear indication of the interest in this most recent ECLAC publication. I would like to greet everyone joining us here today in person at the Celso room at ECLAC in Santiago, Chile, and I would like to join the panelists here as well. Let me go back to the presentation and with regard to the appeal to scale up and improve production development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to repeat that our region is not starting from scratch. Jose Manuel referred to this. For decades, our region has been implementing this type of policy. And more recently, in fact, there are some interesting examples of production development policies in several countries. For example, Colombia with its new reindustrialization policy, Brazil with its new production development policy called Nova Industria Brasil. We also have the Chilean example. Chile has been working on a lithium strategy, a green hydrogen strategy framed within its production development efforts. But despite the fact that our region is not starting from scratch, we do believe that there are great opportunities for improvement. Now, specifically in this document, we have referred to 7 hypotheses related to existing efforts on production development in the region. Now, there are some marginal efforts, particularly when compared to the challenges we face in terms of productivity. And when we compare these efforts to the efforts carried out by other countries and regions in the same context. Secondly, we have seen that these efforts are disaggregated in terms of stakeholders and initiatives. So we already know that these are coordination intensive policies, and we think that there's room for improvement there. Thirdly, these efforts have lacked in continuity. They have been disjointed given changes in governments, and these are long-term concepts, so there should be continuity. Fourthly, these efforts have primarily been carried out on the basis of a top-down capital central approach with minimal participation by the territories and local players. Fifthly, these efforts have not been well assessed, and that's complicated because we do not necessarily know what's doing well and worthy of scaling up and what is not doing well and worthy of adjustments or even simply being ruled out. Now, six, we have seen that these efforts do not necessarily align with this new vision that we are proposing for the region today. And seventh, and perhaps as a result of all of the above, these efforts have had minimal impact, particularly when we assess them with regard to LAC's performance in growth and production. And specifically in order to validate these hypotheses, we conducted a series of exercises, and the first was to quantify and characterize the various fiscal efforts that have been carried out in the region in terms of production development. Specifically, we analyzed the cases of 5 countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. We will have to delve deeper into the rest of the countries throughout the region, but it's worth mentioning that with regard to these 5 countries, practically 80% of the regional GDP is concentrated, and so we believe this is a good representation of the efforts carried out in our region in this matter. We have assessed different types of instruments, for example, subsidies, tax incentives, financial mechanisms, instruments, capital contributions, etc. All of this under a methodological approach that the OECD has developed under a project called QUIZ, or Quantifying Industrial Strategies. This has been something they have been working on for years. Now, keeping with this exercise, we came up with more than 850 instruments and programs carried out by 26 ministries, and these results represent a bottom line of PDP spending. Now, this exercise has faced many different methodological challenges and challenges relative to access to information, but despite this, we believe it is important to do this, to have an idea as to how much we are using for production development initiatives and where we are spending these resources. What have we found? Well, as we expected, we have found that there are significant differences in the spending levels of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean with regard to what is being invested in these policies. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have seen that on average in these countries, we are allocating 0.5% of the GDP in investing in these policies, while other OECD countries invest roughly 3.2% of the GDP. And that bears in mind the fact that the OECD measurements do not actually include significant subsidies and agricultural support initiatives. If those were considered, the gap would be even greater. Now, what have we discovered? We have discovered that the use of tax instruments is quite predominant, with the exception of Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia. The majority of the instruments employed are tax instruments. Now, we have seen that this is representative of a problem. There are preferential fiscal instruments that contribute to eroding tax collection capacity, specifically in a context of low fiscal space. And we have seen that the use of tax instruments as the main production development weapon, if you will, is not necessarily aligned with this new vision. Jose Manuel referred to that. We are using governance and other tools that are the results of cluster initiatives, and we are not necessarily betting on tax instruments or other subsidies. We have also found that there has been low alignment between instruments and production priorities. In other words, the countries define production priorities, but they are not necessarily investing more resources in those priorities per se. Secondly, we have seen that many ministries do not recognize themselves as being part of the production development policies, despite the fact that they are carrying out these efforts. In other words, that means that there's not a comprehensive policy linking together all of these efforts. Thirdly, we have observed widespread use of resources among multiple instruments, leading to this scattering of efforts and low effectiveness of the instruments. Fourth, we have also observed that there's a limited suite of instruments specifically aimed at fostering collaboration and coordination and effective governance, as we have underlined under this new vision. So what have we done? We have come up with the first comparative assessment of the institutional framework and governance applicable to the production development policies in our region. In this regard, for the first time, we mapped out the widespread institutional arrangements relative to PDPs in our region. We have actually mapped out 197 PDP ministerial entities in the 33 countries throughout the region. In addition to that, we have drawn up maps of the different coordination bodies, and we have revealed 74 PDP coordination bodies in 15 countries. So what have we found? Again, what we found was not so surprising. We have seen that the institutional framework of the PDPs in the region is quite scattered. 69% of the countries analyzed have between 5 and 6 different ministerial entities dealing with PDPs. We also conducted a different classification of the ministries and agencies broken down into sectoral, multi-sectoral, or other specialized agencies addressing these policies, and we have seen that the multi-sectoral ministries predominate. Now, this does not ensure the coordination for effective coordination for these policies. Additionally, we have seen that the coordination bodies are weak, relatively weak. Of the 74 bodies that have been identified, only 57% of these include public-private presence. And when generally speaking, this type of governance calls for the participation of the private sector and other stakeholders such as civil society and academia to work on these initiatives. Additionally, most of these bodies are advisory bodies, advisory in nature, and only a few are executive in nature, where decisions relative to resource allocations are made.
Additionally, we find a multi-level governance of these policies, a governance that will be useful to articulate efforts that are conducted from national level as well as with those at subnational level. Only 28% of coordination instances identified are of a multi-level nature. Additionally, it was found that the role of subnational levels in general production is not clearly defined. We found limited decentralization and very few policies for capacity building of subnational entities in order to work in these agendas. And in general, we found a low institutional capacity of subnational governments, limiting the good operation of these multi-level governance schemes. And then finally, we move on to the third set of exercises, and that is what is happening at subnational level in productive development in our region. And for that, one first analysis was made of financial capacities and resources of subnational governments in 5 countries. In this case, they were Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay, where an estimate of financial resources used by subnational governments in productive development was made. Secondly, an identification of instruments that subnational governments use for these policies. And additionally, a governance analysis of these policies was implemented. What did they find? What was found, that is, first and foremost, as Jose Manuel was saying, we found tremendous heterogeneity in the depth of efforts in territories of one same country. Here we have the case of Argentina, and then that of Uruguay, where we see how different territorial subnational entities have different levels in terms of expenditure as a proportion of the total spending at subnational level. That was the case of Argentina, and here it's Uruguay. What was found, in addition to the above, we found that the territories that invest the most in these policies, in relative terms to their budget, are in general those territories of lower per capita GDP. And we found that these efforts in absolute terms may not be enough to have a catch-up or a closing of that gap among those territories, those of lower productivity level with those of highest productivity level. And then we found that subnational governments have broad sprays to increase the use of different types of instruments based on or starting from the knowledge of other experiences, not only internationally with other countries, but also inside the same country. On the right side, we see a table of the analysis for Argentina, Mexico, and Uruguay of different types of instruments. And we see enormous heterogeneity in the use of different instruments at subnational level. And then finally, based on an analysis conducted in Chile and Colombia, a relative specialization was found in different government levels in accordance with the comparative advantages of those government entities. That is, a national government that in general implements all the range of instruments in productive development, but some intermediate and local governments that specialize in certain types of instruments in this matter. All of that takes us to the last section of this presentation. And then we ask, how should we scale up? How can we improve productive development policies in the region? And from ECLAC, we have insisted in that we cannot stay only repeating PPTs at 80,000 feet high on how productivity needs to be improved, or sophisticate productive engine, or the export basket. Well, precisely in this panorama of productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have raised more than 80 practical suggestions summarized in 14 guidelines, and for this we have grouped them in 7 action pillars. First and foremost, we are calling to increase the efforts in line with the new vision in order to achieve higher impact. It will be key for governments to increase resources for these policies. However, we also say that resources will need to be increased based on the combination of different sources, including private sector, academia, think tanks, so public sector. Everybody put everything on the table for productive development. Also, cost effectiveness of instruments will need to be increased. Reduce atomization of fragmentation, improve the design of instruments, including conditionalities for the implementation of these instruments. And for all of the above, all of that, it will be key to adopt that experimental approach that will allow us to go and adjust the different instruments. And for that, it will be key to strengthen evaluation capacity to see what is being useful, what is not useful, and make all the adjustments. Secondly, we are calling to strengthen multi-actor and multi-level governance involved in productive development endeavors. I was saying these policies are highly intensive in articulating different players and levels. So to strengthen governance schemes will involve, in some cases, creating governance patterns. In others, it will be strengthening already existing schemes. But then, anyhow, delete those that are not useful or not required. Beyond strengthening those governance instances, it will be key to create incentives for articulation based on the design of funds and platforms, combining all the institutional offer of different ministries and agencies that will serve as an incentive to avoid duplication and reach better articulation. Thirdly, we are calling to strengthen those technical, operational, political, and prospective capacities of the institutions in charge of the design, administration, monitoring, and evaluation of these policies. Here, a special call to the need of strengthening capacities of subnational governments, especially those territories that are lagging behind. And for that, it will be key, on the one hand, the link with higher education in order to train those civil servants that will be in charge of these policies, but it will also be key to strengthen and leverage the exchange of experiences as spaces like the ones we have in ECLAC, like the cluster initiative and territorial initiatives that we launched in December last. And now it has more than 360 cluster initiatives. Create and strengthen those initiatives, and also leverage the subnational networking that we have worked with several territorial entities, and use spaces like the Conference of Science, Innovation, and the ITCs, and digital transformation as spaces for exchange of experiences that will enable us to strengthen all these capacities. Fourthly, we are proposing to create and strengthen initiatives cluster in line with productive capacities. The Executive Secretary mentioned the importance of establishing these productive priorities. We've put on the table a portfolio of inclusive sectors, but to work on these productive priorities, cluster initiatives and others productive articulation initiatives can be an effective way to organize all this work. It will be key to implement programs at national and subnational levels, supporting the emergence and implementation of these initiatives. But they should not be seen as one additional instrument, but rather an institutional initiative allowing for the combination of different instruments and interventions. Fifthly, we are calling to leverage the commitment of all actors, mainly the private sector, of all sectors. It is clear that productive development policy are not the exclusive responsibility of government. So we appeal to the private sector, for them to play a more protagonist role, especially in cases or countries like Korea, Japan, Chevron, and Saibatsuan have played a key role. And we believe that in our region, we think there is room for the largest companies to invest more in research and development, to participate in cluster initiatives, supplier or vendor development policies, or really intensify their policies in their countries and territories. Sixthly, we are calling to deepen the territorial nature of these efforts. I would say that at this point of the presentation, it's clear that most of the action in productive development needs to take place locally. That is why we are calling you to rethink the role of institutions in charge of these policies, reducing their role in the implementation of programs and increasing their role in the capacity building of subnational governments. In some cases, it will be key to revise legal frameworks in order to underscore the role of subnational governments in these matters. Seventh, and lastly, we are calling to adopt a strategic line of internationalization for these policies. And this, on the one hand, means orienting the supply of goods and services to external markets, but also strengthen the capacity of competing with imports in domestic markets. It also involves connecting foreign direct investment efforts with these productive development policies. And for that, we were launching our foreign direct investment report, where we raised more than 17 recommendations to achieve that good articulation. In addition to that, and with the productive development policies coming back to world level, as it is the case of US and the EU, it is key that international agencies in our countries, in trade, in foreign direct investment, to include that conversation on productive development. And then, last but not least, this definition of internationalization includes the possibility of working in common strategies and agendas of Latin America and the Caribbean. Although what happens in productive development in our region will depend on what each country and territories do, however, there are opportunities to work in common regional efforts. And to finish, I want to insist in that the scaling up of these productive development policies is key to promote not only a higher and sustained growth, but also a more inclusive growth in terms of employment, social inclusion, reduction of informality and poverty, and more sustainable in terms of care for nature, planet, and response to climate change. Because we insist it is in productive development policies where lies the toolbox in order to achieve all of this. From ECLAC, we are open to continue accompanying the countries and territories in the design and implementation of these policies. So hopefully these guidelines and recommendations will take each and every country to scale up, improve these policies so that the needle of productivity will swing, and at the end of the day achieve higher levels of well-being for all of our people. That, as we insist, that is this conversation all about. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marco. Well, after the presentation of the report in the 2024 productive outlook of Latin America and the Caribbean, now we'll have the opportunity to have a workshop, a conversation, that is, about some of the elements that are raised in this outlook, and where we can go into details and start having a dialogue on elements that are important to drive, underscore, and focus in the region. We'll have 3 sessions. One first session where challenges of present productive development policies will be addressed, considering this new vision from ECLAC. Then we'll have a brief space for coffee, those of us here, and a break for those connected as well. And then 2 sessions, one on governance and institutions for productive development, and then subnational efforts, and then close the seminar. So I give the floor now to Nicolo Leo, who will chair, Nicolo Gligo, he will chair the first panel. Thank you, Sebastian. My name is Nicolo Gligo. I'm part of the team of Productive Development Division here in ECLAC. And I will chair this first panel that we have called Challenges of the Present Practices of Productive Development in the Region.
For the ones that don't speak Spanish, we have interpretation at the bottom of the Zoom page. You can speak and listen in the language of your preference.
And in order to discuss, reflect, and think based on the presentation of this document and based on your own experiences, we have called on a small group, a very important group of panel members. First, we have Annalisa Primi. She's the head of the Development and Economic Transformation Division of the Development Center of OECD, a very good friend and colleague from ECLAC. Hopefully her heart will continue to be in ECLAC. Followed by Fuad Hassanov, senior economist of the IMF. Nathan Lane, Associate Professor of Economy of Oxford University. José Antonio Campo, former Minister of Finance and Public Credit of Colombia, and of course, the former Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Wallace Moreira, Secretary of Industry of the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade, and Services in Brazil. The question that we have raised is quite simple. And based on your experience, how to achieve for countries of the region to scale and improve their productive development policies. We have made a presentation, Executive Secretary and Marcos Ginás on the document. So the idea is for this group of panelists will help us in this reflection, if possible, commenting some of the elements presented in the document, and of course, contributing based on your own experience. So please, I will now recognize Annalisa Primi.
Hola a todos, muchas gracias. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, te escuchamos.
Okay. Porque estoy en la oficina de la OCDE, pero hoy tenemos problemas
in the OECD office, but we have connection problems. Thank you, Executive Secretary José Manuel and Marcos Ginás, for the invitation or for a wonderful presentation. I think it is really very nice to see this new report that is an annual report on such an important subject where ECLAC has a long-standing tradition and trajectory. What is the challenge and how can you do it? You in the report raised many of the elements that are relevant, and of the many elements that you give us to reflect, I would like to highlight 2 of the elements. I think they are highly innovative and they raise questions of how to do it better. One is about the need of bringing productive policies to the territorial level. It doesn't mean to take them out of the heart of the development strategy, but to think about governance where cities, states, and I see here this Wallace from Brazil, federal states of Latin America, the regions, how These are relevant players for management implementation, but also for strategic vision.
Such as the ones that we manage in the region and how we transform them economically and structurally. The second element, which is a challenge, and you have stressed it, I share in that. I believe it's extremely important. It's a sectorial aspect. For many years, we've talked about horizontal policies and recognizing the need of having a specific sectorial approach. Every industry is different, and we must have an understanding of the specific productive dynamics of competencies, needs, regulation, and commercial aspects so that different sectors can develop and advance. This is of the essence, and there are some answers at the table, Latin America and the Caribbean and in some emerging countries. But we see many opportunities to rethink it because the industrial and sectorial challenges that we have today are much broader and different from the sectorial challenges that existed 20 years ago, 30 years ago. This is not only for digital, because digital transforms the entire industry. It's about the inputs you need to your product and how you trade it. The automotive industry, for example, is transforming from manufacturing to mobility services. This changes who leads. So the challenge of a sectorial industrial policy needs to take into account these great complexities and changes in terms of how the sectors are conceptualized, how we see links between the different sectors, and the efficacy remains when we do this support work for productive policies. We do this in collaboration with ECLAC and with the different organizations for productive transformational policies. We see that digital transforms everything, and you need specialists and analysts on AI to adapt to the future. But the specificities are not the same ones that you need when you're talking about the application of artificial intelligence, for example, to a mechanical or mechatronic industry, which is much closer to defense or industries that are civilian military relationships. So it is much more sectorial. I think it is more a call to the future. Let's work on what sectorial policies mean or will mean in the future. It's very different. I would like to stress two additional topics. You mentioned these in the report. I'd like to stress these. And if you say, which is the main challenge, I would go back to invention, because the number of resources being mobilized in the region to obtain a structural transformation that will change the development patterns of the region, then what does this policy do? Change the role and relevance of Latin America in the global scenario. It has to do so in a way that brings most of the possible transformations, and that these all benefit from the transformation and find some way to compensate for those who cannot benefit from the transition in the short term. The thing is, investment. We are not investing enough. The estimate you make comparing the data, the quiz, is relevant, the qualifying industrial strategies. So when we look at the countries, and we looked at Colombia, many of you were involved in this, the estimate that we have here with UNCTAD or UNHCR, and we saw they're investing 0.04 of the GDP of the time. And when we compared it at the time, we saw that we had a region, like the Basque Country, which is one region, within a country, and it was investing 4 times more. So disparity is rampant. And something that you repeat in your report and that is quite relevant is disparity of investment in the development age. And when you look at the 8% of the global population, and global investment is 3%. And when we are calculating where the best engineering schools are, and that these are 4%, we are not about setting the number of resources that will move the needle with a development pattern in the region. This is valid in all emerging areas. We're looking at artificial intelligence, the 500 supercomputers in Latin America. Latin America only has 8, and they're all in Brazil. So when we look at investment in, I don't know, scientific production, critical minerals, of the 20 most relevant countries, the only one in Latin America is Brazil, and it is the only one. So we run the risk of, these policies where perhaps we're not doing the necessary things to change. It's what we don't want, what we don't need. So I think that investment is of the essence in order, and the last point on the private sector, it's not only about public investment because very little is invested. It has to do with investment from the private sector. When we compare how much similar countries invest in research and development in Latin America versus other countries that are more advanced, disparity is huge. And it is related to the productive structure that exists. When we reviewed Chile, and this is data from 3 to 4 years back, it's still valid. The large companies in Germany generate 8% of the total business volume in the country, and they are responsible for 50% of the investment in R&D, of 85% of R&D in the entire country. And when we look at Chile, large companies represent 50% of the little R&D that is being done. So we need to change incentives and profitability and investment in innovation so that the private sector can join. To conclude, the second point that I think is that there's a huge challenge for these policies to work better. It is regional integration, because the region is heterogeneous. You represent it very well. You're making different proposals. But there's an element that could be an advantage for the region in the future, and that is taking advantage of the possibility of creating a regional and productive integration that could favor a structural change in the region to modify the position of the region in the global economy. I think that investment and regional integration are extremely important. And in terms of investment, I think it is related to the incentives. That's what's going to change the development patterns in the region. When we look at the strategy, these policies, and we're convinced about this, we study this, and it's very important, but for us, these are the fundamental policies. Where are the resources, the investments that are going to change what happens in a country? Energy policies, policies for infrastructure, commercial policies, investment incentives, all this should be aligned with the productive aspects. If we change this and we take out the productive development policies, marginal errors, then we can bring energy to this discussion and think about productive development. If this is done only with those who work on energy. So we need to think about industrial capacities, even more so today, because we find ourselves in a paradigm, a need for total change in order to achieve environmental sustainability. The need for change and to do something different from what we've done is everything. We know that this is not marginal. How do you improve the productivity of a single industry? It's nice, but it's not relevant. It is not the national challenge. The national challenge is to analyze production as a key element for positioning of a country, a region, in the global arena. So why couldn't these solutions come from Latin America? Well, they could. There's space for that. So we have a positive note here with which I'd like to close this first remarks, my first remarks. Thank you, Lisa. Very good points. I'd like to offer the floor now to Fuad Hassanov from the IMF. Fuad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish, so I have to speak in English. It's a great pleasure to be here, even virtually. And many thanks for the invitation to Jose Manuel and Marco and everyone else for putting this important event together. It was, I read the executive summary. I think touches upon very important points. And this is great to see, looking at this important issue. Of course, the usual disclaimer applies. This is my own views rather than the IMF views. So I just want to kind of maybe mention a couple of points related to what I've read and I've heard. Of course, great to see everyone on the panel, and I second Annalise's comments. It's true. The kind of the issues related to innovation, R&D, place-based policies. These are all very important issues. And I think as was emphasized in the beginning of the event, kind of during the presentation, it's kind of looking at the issue from not just instruments of industrial policy, but the implementation or governance of it. And essentially, that probably would separate success from failure. So maybe I can bring it, kind of wrap it up in the following way. So based on East Asian miracles, according to our understanding of it, so the paper that we put out a few years ago came out in 2019 as IMF working paper, kind of the return of the policy that shall not be named, although now this is the policy that must be named. So there are kind of three key principles that we emphasize that differentiate success of East Asia vis-a-vis many other countries in the world, including in Latin America, that tried to do the same in the 60s and 70s and so on. And I think one element there that allowed them to grow really fast and become advanced countries within basically a couple of generations is the idea of going towards sophisticated sectors always and from the start. And that kind of comes back to the issue of innovation, R&D, and so on, starting from the very beginning. So this is important. And another important element is exports. And it was mentioned in the report and in the presentation, kind of export discipline. Many people talked about it. And this is important to have that goal of exports. And the last one is kind of coming to implementation, institutional framework. Kind of domestic competition is key because you don't know who will make it and who won't. You want to have competition and, of course, accountability for the support given to firms and also accountability of the policymakers that are actually executing the policy, right? So these are the kind of three key principles that we think are important. And, and a lot of kind of recommendations in the report are connected to what we think the success is. So this is good to see. I think I would probably emphasize that the importance of exports. Maybe if one had to pick what should be the most kind of encompassing goal of kind of growth policy, that should be export. And for many countries in Latin America who are focused on commodities or agriculture, that's definitely an important issue. Diversifying away from those toward more sophisticated, and exports is one way where you can actually see, which firms make it. It gives you market signals, a lot of relevant discipline that you need to succeed. I think another thing that there was a discussion about FDI in the report, which is important, but at the same time, I think what made Korea succeed was its focus on local firms, making sure that local firms would develop tech, would develop technologies and engage in innovation. And I think that's what differentiated East Asia from the rest of the world, where they wanted to make sure that local firms would be part of it. So this is focus on tech development, homegrown innovation by local firms, created Samsungs and TSMCs of today. Which comes to the issue of the sectors. And it was mentioned earlier during the talk, what kind of sectors to look at. And, to a large extent, most of the sectors mentioned were kind of sophisticated, which would kind of correspond to our idea here. But at the same time, I saw, for example, there was a discussion of tourism and so on, which probably is fine as a quick win, something to focus on. But at the same time, in the world of limited resources, one then has to decide how many resources are going to be put into developing those sectors, because it may not be that cheap. And at the same time, you don't probably need as much state intervention in those type of industries. All you need is probably creating certain public goods, infrastructure, security, and then you basically let the private sector do their thing. So I think this collaboration between public and private will depend also a lot on the sectors chosen, where you don't need as much state intervention like in tourism, and you may need a lot of support, initial support, like in advanced manufacturing, for example. So I'll stop here and we can talk more later. Thank you very much.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Fuad. Quisiera ahora la palabra.
Thank you, Fuad. And I'd like to offer the floor now to Nathan Lane.
Thank you for having me, and I hope you can hear me okay. The same conditions apply that kind of Fuad mentioned. I speak Spanish like a toddler, so I'll do English for now. And thank you so much for inviting me. I'm a big fan of the work that is being done by this institution, and I'm a big fan of the report, especially the executive summary that I read. In particular, because if we're thinking about scaling, confirm my speaking language. Anyways, I got a pop-up from Zoom. I like this report because I think it focuses on the things that I think are underappreciated when it comes to industrial policy, specifically implementation and governance. I think as economists, and I'm coming from this as an academic economist, kind of in the trenches of thinking about industrial policy, we're often asked about the technical details of industrial policy. What levers do we do? What's the right technocratic mix of stuff and kind of technocratic metrics to use to select the right industries, et cetera, et cetera. And as someone studying industrial policy historically and kind of, as an economic historian as well, mostly of East and Southeast Asia, I think the devil is in the details of implementation and governance, not often kind of pursuing isomorphic mimicry of what one place did. Right? Oh, this worked in this one space. Let's apply it to this space. Voila. Right? We know that there be monsters, and that takes me to the kind of issues of implementation and governance. I think really undergird everything and are probably first order rather than the aesthetic of implementation and the types of levers we're using. And so I think when it comes to scaling, the issue of scaling is really a political problem and really kind of an institutional problem, rather than one of kind of finding, again, the right technocratic mix that we as development economists are so focused on. When we talk about scaling in academia, we're very much focused on general equilibrium effects and these sorts of things. But we know that those often are not the barrier to scaling things, right? The scaling, if we're talking about policies for structural transformation, well, structural transformation is something that's changing the composition of what's occurring within an economy. There's going to be winners and losers. This is an innately very political process, of which there's a lot of veto players potentially who could veto transformative policy. Because we're talking about something that threatens incumbents, and we're talking about something that produces hopefully new incumbents, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a political process and one we have to be mindful of. And one thing that I thought this report does very well is emphasize in different words, the constraints faced, the political and governance constraints faced by a lot of policymakers, and the constraints that face a lot of people in a lot of domains when it comes to scaling policy. the fiscal constraints, right? Importantly, the capacity constraints, the political constraints, and the technical constraints. And in particular, we're going to focus on the kind of first bucket, which I think the report does a good job at focusing on. Because again, I think this is a political problem that we're usually having to address when it comes to scaling. Again, it's not about just doing. Did someone have? I heard my audio really quick. I can't hear anything. Anyways.
We can hear you. We can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. It just sounds like someone's asking a question. Thank you so much. Yeah, so when it comes to thinking about political economy constraints to scaling, I think the important part is to think about, we think about 5 things that really matter. And I think these circle on a lot of the issues that were brought up in this report and in the presentation we just saw and in the comments that my colleagues just gave. I think we need to evaluate the political and institutional constraints first and foremost when it comes to thinking about scaling policy. I think when you think about developmental successes and the success of industrial policy, what usually worked is that they worked within the constraints that were posed by the world, right? That when we think of East Asia, they were able to do transformative stuff because the political situation changed dramatically and allowed them to do things within these new political constraints. And when countries like Thailand or Malaysia tried to mimic what they were doing, well, they did not have the same political space to do these things. They're massively constrained, we could think in particular with bureaucratic capacity. So being very mindful of the constraints that exist and thinking about these as constraints, but not as exogenous constraints, but as constraints that we can invest in, right? State capacity is something we always invest in when it comes to industrial policy. I have not studied an example of scaling industrial policy where bodies and politicians did not invest very, very, very heavily in bureaucratic capacity constraints, bureaucratic autonomy, and the human capital behind the industrial policy machinery. Importantly, too, I think people and successful industrial policies have really been mindful of scaling too quickly. And this gets to the issue of working within our constraints and working within the constraints that are binding today and potentially loosened tomorrow. That there was an awareness of the dynamic political economy facing crafting and governing industrial policy, that building constituents today often emboldens and kind of creates the conditions for better industrial policies, larger industrial policies tomorrow. So thinking not of this as just a technical problem, but as a dynamic political economy problem, where we need to promote the constituents that in turn support industrial policy in T+1 is super, super important. And you see the importance of that in particular when it comes to green industrial policy. Green industrial policy around the world is super, super problematic. It's super contentious. There's fossil fuel incumbents who really don't like it. And political scientists have seen that where this works the best and where green industrial policies have been most successful is in doing things incrementally and doing things strategically in a dynamic way, such that we build constituents for the future. And I didn't see so much, I think the political economy dimensions are things we often cannot comment on and often try to avoid as NGOs, multilateral institutions, and academics. But it's something we need to be mindful of, and it's something stakeholders or the people governing industrial policy are incredibly mindful of when it comes to design, right? And that also gets to the continuity across different political regimes. I think it's something that's very front of mind with the design of industrial policy around Europe and the US right now is, will this stuff actually survive the next president who might be very, very much opposed to this stuff? Because we're operating in liberal democracies, we often have to think about, will this stuff survive the electoral cycle? How do we make it survive the electoral cycle? And I think a lot of the success of Bidenomics are in that they were very, very mindful of doing things in a decentralized way that will probably be very, very hard to retrench in the future if forces antagonistic to industrial policy come into power. These are things we need to be very, very mindful of and need to think about when it comes to long-run design of industrial policy. And the last thing I want to mention too is something that was mentioned in the report and something I think is useful, which is evaluation and data. Again, this is something I see across the OECD, is we often don't have the data, and we're often having to build the informational capacity to actually evaluate the industrial policies that are working. These things didn't exist when Bidenomics was rolled out, right? This is something that had to be developed contemporaneously with these productivity policies. I think this is something that is essential in kind of learning what's working and learning what we should scale and learning and trying to confront the political barriers to scaling in the future. And I cede my time. Thank you.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Nathan. Quisiera ahora dar la palabra
Thank
a
you,
José Antonio.
Nathan. Allow me to now give the floor to
Bueno,
José Antonio
muchísimas
Ocampo.
gracias. Obviamente encantado
Thank you.
de participar
I
una
am
vez más
clearly
en la
pleased
CEPAL
to be taking
frente
part in
a
yet
los
another
cuales dediqué 6
ECLAC
años de mi vida.
activity,
Entonces,
an organization that I
obviamente tengo que
devoted
dar
many
bastante
years
la
of my
parte
life to.
y a Nicolo por
So
esta
thank you
presentación el
to
día de hoy.
Nicolo for the
Celebro además
presentation, and I would also like to
unos cambios terminológicos
celebrate some
que yo primero como
terminological
secretario
changes.
ejecutivo de la CEPAL
As
promoví que
the
no se hablara de
executive
política
secretary of
industrial, sino
ECLAC,
política de
I
desarrollo productivo.
fostered
Entonces celebro
talking
que
about
hayan vuelto
production
al término
development
que yo
policy
propuse.
versus industrial
Segundo, que
policy.
hablen
So
de
I
la
like that
segunda
we have come
etapa
back to
energía,
this
que es un
term as I
término que
proposed. And then
creo que
there's
lo
another
más
term
bonito, lo único que les
that
pido es que en vez de hablar de
I would
la
like to refer to,
sustitución de
instead of
importaciones,
referring to
hablen como hablamos
import
con algunos historiadores económicos de la
institutions,
industrialización dirigida por el
let's
Estado.
refer to state-led industrialization, because it's not just about export or import organizations. There are other aspects involved there in that development stage. In any event, I would like to celebrate the fact that there is a commitment to this annual document and that production development policies and to production development policies, and I share most of the recommendations expressed in the document that I read, and I would like to begin by underscoring two.
Primero, el énfasis sobre la
I would like
gobernanza o la
governance,
gobernabilidad del sistema,
or the system governance is important, and that it includes the concept of nation with its different territories and regions, and that it also includes the ties with the private sector. I think these are elements that are very important, and this is made quite clear in the document. Secondly, the importance of having long-term elements, and that it be a state-level policy, not a government or an administration policy. That's very important, because state-led industrialization has led to the highest growth in Latin America, historically speaking, and it's because that was a state-level policy that was instituted for many decades, and it was not just tied to a specific government. Having said that, I would now like to emphasize some aspects and some nuances. First of all, we have seen more emphasis on investing in R&D. There's a lack of investment here, and this is a major issue in Latin America, that 0.5% on average of the GDP is invested in R&D compared to 12% in China or other countries, OECD countries. And I think that's one of the major issues that I would mention. Brazil actually invests more than 2%, but it's even less than half an OECD country or China. So I think that's a very key concern. I would also like to point out another issue that the document mentions, and that is technology transfer. Specifically, how can systems be developed systems in which the new technologies actually reach these small producers? That's an issue that we would have to further tease out later on. Now, we have seen this in the agricultural sector, but not in the service sector. We have not seen the gradual emergence of technology transfer tools. Now, the document does emphasize productivity issues, so I think that's one of the key concerns of Latin America. I would also significantly emphasize another issue that's not in the document, and that is the role of development banks in fostering, promoting development policies, production development policies. In that regard, let me underline the three types of instruments that may exist. Obviously, credit, the most traditional instrument, but risk capital. Many Latin American development banks are involved in that sector, but at a very small scale. This is a topic around which we need to be more aggressive. In English, it's venture capital, or not risk capital, but there are no private venture capitalists in Latin America. So the development banks need to work with that. And then third, guarantees. This is a concept that is developed at a large scale in many countries, China, for example. Actually, Chile has Corfo, not China, Chile. And I'm referring to guarantees for new investments, private credit, for example, for new investments. The third topic that I wanted to refer to, that Annalisa already referred to, but I could go further into this, and that is regional integration. There needs to be a regional integration project. Obviously, this has been an issue quite central to ECLAC, historically speaking, and we could go back to that. And I'm not just referring to trade aspects, but conducting joint research projects among different countries in keeping with the European model. There are many regional R&D projects out there, and this would allow for Brazil, for example, to be engaged in joint development projects. Chile with copper, or Colombia with coffee-related R&D projects that are leveraged by Central American countries. So trade clusters, value chains, all of these should be regional as well as national, but regional, that's my third comment. And Mexico plays a key role here as well that needs to be further showcased. And that's one of Mexico's major issues. Mexico has not integrated so much with Latin America, more so with the United States. So Mexico is often told to look south and less to the north. And the ties with Mexico and the rest of Latin America, in my opinion, are particularly important. My fourth comment, as referred to in the report, is the sectoral approach. I believe that is important, and not just in the manufacturing sector, where we have seen this historically. Curiously enough, there's another issue that I think is important, particularly for South America, and that is what to do with the commodities networks. Mining commodities and agricultural commodities. In other words, how can we further develop value chains related to those products, the staples for food, for example, for lithium, for lithium-rich countries, or for copper, since this is one of the greatest strengths of the Andes mountain range. So how can we have value chains for those staples beyond the manufacturing sector and in the service sector? And then finally, I would also like to underline aspects related to technology transfer that I haven't referred to. And let me now refer to SMEs. How can we involve the SMEs in production development policy tasks? I think that's very important, in my opinion. And in many cases, it is entirely viable to involve small companies in either the clusters for to use a term that Marco enjoys, the clusters and value chains should involve SMEs as well. So those are my remarks, and as I mentioned, I am very pleased to be joining you again, albeit remotely. Thank you, José Antonio. Allow me to now give the floor to Wallace Moreira.
Bom dia a todos. Queria saudar a CEPAL pelo relatório, relatório robusto.
Thank you. I would like to greet everyone at ECLAC for this report. It's a very robust report containing important information that is relevant
Da indústria para a América
to
Latina.
understanding the
Especificamente falando
status of
em relação ao
development,
Brasil,
production development in Latin America.
eu
With
queria
regard to Brazil specifically, allow me to look for something.
o presidente Lula
I would like to
ministro da indústria
underline that President Lula and the Vice Minister Eichmann
programa de
launched this year
neo-industrialização para a economia brasileira.
new neo-industrialization, the new industrialization program for Brazil. Now, in Brazil, we work with this concept. It's not reindustrialization, but new or neo-industrialization. Why has that term been chosen? Well, as mentioned by the Vice Minister, this concept allows us to revisit industry following years of deindustrialization. So it's a new way of viewing industry. It's based on two pillars. One, having a more innovative, technologically minded industry. This new Industry 4.0 revolution is one of the approaches. And there's another opportunity, which is the ecological or energy transition, which is a challenge for all of us. And Brazil has a great deal of potential in both pillars.
Para mim que fica muito claro
Report, as presented, clearly shows that the neo-industrialization program, spearheaded by the Brazilian government, is closely aligned with the new perspectives. The new industry in Brazil is focusing on 6 key lessons in order to reinforce Brazilian production development and thus generate work, jobs, and income so that Brazil may be more engaged in the international market, exporting more technologically complex exports. And we have 6 missions, six major chains, the agri-industrial sector in Brazil, for example. We have the opportunity to have a technological catch-up in our agro-industrial value chains. Example, Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia are the top coffee producers, unprocessed coffee, and unprocessed coffee export as well. But when we assess exports and Vietnam, Colombia, and Brazil's market share for processed, roasted coffee, it's irrelevant. It's minimal. So adding value is crucial for this production chain. So the agro-industrial chain, in addition to the technological catch-up and promoting food sovereignty, they're all tied together. And then fostering the health complex, industrial health complex. Brazil has an ecosystem that can actually take care of its own vaccination production, imaging equipment for the health complex. And this production sector should be key because it protects lives, it saves lives, as we saw during the COVID pandemic. So the third mission is infrastructure, the housing and sanitation infrastructure. Brazilian industry should be able to provide more benefits to the Brazilian people in keeping with better infrastructure, using a more mobile infrastructure and housing infrastructure. So the construction industry in Brazil actually is a powerhouse unprecedented, a very few countries around the world similar to this. And so the neo industry in Brazil is also focusing on digital aspects. Brazil is tackling this challenge of digitalization so that Brazilian industry will be able to reach the boundaries, the outer boundaries of industry, and ecological and the energy transition are key as well. Brazil has significant potential here to be a leader in decarbonizing the global economy. 90% of energy in Brazil is renewable, wind, photovoltaic, and 90% in Brazil. Brazil practically does not even use coal at all.
The power matrix of Brazil is in 51% renewable, whilst the world average is 15%. So Brazil can promote new energy sources like low carbon hydrogen, fuel for new aviation, dissemination of photovoltaic energy, and develop those chains. The sixth mission is the development of technologies for the defense industry, or the defense industry has a spillover effect that reaches out other sectors like telecommunications, radars, satellites. And so Brazil has an ecosystem along those lines. And in view of this large, major program, several public policies, one of the slides that were shown between 22, the main instrument used in Latin America and Brazil was the fiscal industry. In the new Brazilian industry, the main instrument used to promote and strengthen the industry has been credit loans with the use of public banks for world financing. The Vice President and President Lula has created a plan more production with 342 billion reales between 2022 and 26 for financing the new industrialization process. So, in addition to productive stimuli that have been displayed, the GDP result that was published yesterday in the second semester of Brazil shows Brazil as the second highest growth rate in the world. And the industry is the main driver of this growth, basically because of investments and the private sector. As a result of these industrial policies implemented by the government, has announced 500 billion reales for the renewal, renovation of machines, technology renewal between 2023 and 26. We are living a unique moment of an industrial policy, accurate, that it seeks to raise productivity. It's a new modern policy that sees horizontally the horizontal aspect of the policies, but also the vertical, the trajectory of economic development. As it has been said here, Brazil chaired an industrialization project between the years 70 and 90 of last century, and now with the new opportunities we have, the government of Brazil with President Lula and Minister Gerardo Alckmin have presented a robust, articulated program with a government key coordination that linked to other projects of the government, like the ecological transformation project led by Minister Haddad from Finance, and growth acceleration program led by Rui Costa, Minister. With these three programs, we see a growth of Brazilian industry, many jobs, much employment created, with the purpose of revolutionizing the country in the technological path. We need to reduce the technology gap between developed and peripheral or developing countries. And we know this program is a seed for industry to once again be the protagonist of Brazilian growth. In addition to credit or loans, we have created fiscal incentives to promote a greater productive development process, trying to internalize technologies and transferring technologies. Several programs in 1 year, 8 months government, where the Brazilian industry has a rebirth and becomes a new strategic economic player. This scenario is crucial. The world is changing. IMF published a study in January with a series of measures and industrial policies, a big one. But at the same time, the measures distort international trade. And in this scenario, with all the barriers that have been raised in many countries, we see that integration in Latin America becomes ever more important for this neo-industrialization program of Brazil. It is essential for growth, for development, to be shared with the sister nations of Latin America. Thank you very much. We have used up our time for this panel, but if somebody forgot to say something, we'll give you 30 seconds for any final message from each one of you. Yes, and I will start. Wallace, again, if you want to give 30 seconds to close, you once again have the option. Only I would like to thank the opportunity and the invitation for this, for being here with you, present here, and contribute with these important points that indeed will be incorporated to evaluate the processes of Brazilian industrial policy. I want to congratulate ECLAC for the reports and for the report and for the events. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm so pleased that ECLAC takes this subject of annual reports. And one of the main points is how the experience of other countries is disseminated so that they can be used in other nations of Latin America. What we have just heard from Wallace about Brazil, I think it is the country that's most innovative in this field and can be used in other countries. Thank you. Nathan.
No, thank you so much. I do not have much to add other than I think this report will be incredibly helpful, and it fills kind of an intellectual gap that's very prescient right now. So thank you for inviting me to comment, and I learned a lot from hearing all our fine speakers and attending this. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Nathan. Fuad.
Thank you very much. A lot of interesting points were raised, and it was great to hear and see everybody. And congratulations on the report. I think it's a great one and very important. Maybe just one comment I'll mention is, so besides other countries' experiences that we know about, perhaps policymakers and others, academics, everyone kind of interested in the topic, could also look at the success cases in Latin America. And there are, of course, even in sophisticated industries like Embraer in Brazil, right? And that comes to the whole point of regional integration, building supply chain networks within the region, like especially the industry like airspace that would require big countries, a lot of resources and so on. So that might be also very useful way to proceed and see how this could be expanded within the region as well. Thank you again.
Y Annalisa, por favor.
Gracias. No, una vez más, realmente.
Thank you once again. Congratulate ECLAC for this report. I'm so pleased that we have this new annual report. And close saying what Jose Antonio said, use these spaces to learn from other countries. You had another question for another seminar. Let us continue having all these conversations. But to learn from us, it's not only learning from the past, but having a space to exchange what policies are being generated today, how can they be implemented, and with ECLAC from OECD, we have excellent collaboration from a review of policies of productive development that we have implemented together. And there you have tools to facilitate this collaboration. Thank you very much. And my heart still is in ECLAC. All of us who have worked there continue with great love for this organization and for the friends that are there. Thank you. I will not make a summary of the session. However, I'd like to highlight a few elements. On the one hand, it was mentioned how specific is the sectoral, the importance of having specific sectoral policies in subjects like even digital subjects that are cross-sectional. The digital in the agriculture is different from the digital in the defense industry. So sectoral, what I mean. In several occasions, the differences among countries in Latin America and companies was mentioned. Therefore, the disparity is quite high. So a policy is not, it affects all the same. Another element is regional integration, not only in the commercial, but also in the productive. And this perspective that you need to place productive development policies in the center. And this interaction among different players, not only should it be the role of ministries of economy, industry, trade, but rather integrate all main actors like infrastructure, energy, where investment is a special important contribution to productive development policies. Also have an international perspective and approach to exports. It's necessary. And one of the ways of improving and scaling up these policies had to do with governance, subjects of implementation, public-private interaction, and the importance of that was mentioned. There will be a special panel on that. How to continue cycles, how to make this long-term, and the importance of using evaluation and data so as to formulate the policies. And some topics were mentioned that it would be relevant to go deeper into new lines that could be integrated and go to the details. And for example, all that is related to science, technology, and innovation, or subjects related to development banks, relevant subjects, because in the case of Brazil, the main instrument for the new policy in Brazil is precisely credit, loans. Issues. I leave it here. Thank you again to all the participants for this very interesting discussion and all the contributions that nourish our future work together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nicolo. As you were saying, this is was an excellent session of exchange of points of views and how to strengthen them, those that have been already worked on in the region. We'll have a 10-minute break, and we'll be back then at 11:03, so as to continue now the second session on governance. 11:03, we're back.
Voy. Hay dos. Le pasó su link a alguien más. Lo invité a los dos por si acaso. Ahí pasó uno.
Buenos días.
Bueno, vamos entonces a continuar con el evento de hoy. Tenemos la segunda sesión sobre gobernanza e instituciones para políticas de desarrollo productivo en la región. Una sesión que bueno, va a estar moderada por Marco Dini y donde seguramente bueno, vamos a abordar, como bien dice su título.
So we're going to resume the session and address the relevant title as presented by this new productive development policy that has to do with governance and institutionality in our countries. Marco, you have the floor. Good morning, all. Thank you, Sebastián. My name is Marco Dini. I work at the corporate productive development area with Marco Ginas. We've called this governance institution for productive development in the region. This panel addresses a topic that has been analyzed, studied in Chapter 4 in our overview. Here we've analyzed, as far as I know, it is the first time that this is done, of the government institutions that take care of productive development in 3 of the 30 countries in the region. Of course, it is key to know who the authors are in the state and the government that are responsible for implementing these policies. And this overview that arises through this study, this map, what we've tried to analyze is the main aspects of fragmentation of this institutionality. I don't wish to go into details, but I would like to mark a point, which is the key element of the panel. Beyond discussing whether we're in an intermediate level or not, what is clear is that in all countries, in all of the heterogeneity that we can expect in the region, it is clear that productive development takes place in an environment where there are multiple leaders. There is a polyarchy. There are many stakeholders that contribute with their perspective, their capacities. It's not possible to lead these productive development policies to a single player. And this puts an accent on governance, which has been explained in the presentation of the executive secretary and also discussed in the previous panel. So governance understood as a way to understand dialogue and interaction and convergence between the actors. So the problem that is at the core of this panel is how can we develop better governance? Governance that will allow us to have more effective, productive policies. We have 5 panelists. I would like to thank them for their availability and participation. The dynamic will be the same as the previous panel. I will ask a few questions. I will give them. We need to be strict. If we're disciplined with the time, then we can perhaps do a second round of questions. First of our panelists is Gonzalo Rivas. He's head of the Competitive Technology and Innovation Division at the IDB. I apologize. Each of our panelists has a very lengthy resume. I would spend most of the panel's time describing and reading them, so I will stay with this brief description. Head of the Competitiveness, Technology and Innovation Division at the IDB. Piero Gessi is a consultant with a lot of experience in productive development, Minister of Production in Peru. Charles Sable, Professor of Law and Social Sciences in the School of Law at Columbia University. Amir Lebdoui, Associate Professor of Economic Policies and Development, Director of the Technology Center at University of Oxford, and Camilo Rivera, Vice Minister of Corporate Development, Minister of Trade, Industry and Tourism in Colombia. So in order to begin, I would like to offer the floor to Gonzalo. Gonzalo, the question we would start with is the one we mentioned. What is the most effective way to promote a governance that will allow managing synergies, avoid duplication of efforts? What do we do, Gonzalo, to generate a governance that will allow us to reach this important result? Thank you, Marco. Can you hear me? I'd like to greet you, Sebastián, and everyone present, and the co-panelists. I'm sure we will have very positive discussion. This is a question that is applied to part of the countries in Latin America. I would say that most of the countries beyond the GDP aspect do not implement productive development policies explicitly. And one of the main issues we have that I would like to present as a challenge for the future, and I'd like to congratulate you for this initiative, is to try to have a better idea of the evolution of the implementation of development policies. In what sense? Well, there's many countries that have small initiatives, but they don't have a very good productive development policy because it's not necessary sometimes. I believe that there are some things we shouldn't really have. One is that when countries dedicate 3 years to write a document, say countries that don't have anything, so they call people and they think that this is going to be very important. And the problem really is that if you're not really doing something, if you're not developing capacities that are important to develop these policies, well, the implementation of productive development policies is important for certain people who wish to articulate this. Is very intensive in political capacities. So first we begin by trying to do something, and from there they build. And the second, and we've talked about this with Piero, is that it's a very bad idea to try to import good institutions and try to establish them in some countries. What we do is we try to have an evolution based on what we have. But first you need to have something. You need to try to do something. And there are countries where institutions do exist. So I would say that synergies, articulation, takes a lot of time and goes against the idea that institutions need to execute their budget, because, when the budget is not executed, the Minister of Finance punishes you. They don't actually congratulate you. They punish you because you don't execute the budget. So it's very costly. So I would say that you need to have or define a broadband in terms of what the state can actually do, what policies it can actually carry out. There are 2 or 3 priorities that should be had. And you need to understand and try to favor other things that are more cross-cutting and doable, like technology. For example, green hydrogen in Chile is being done by Corfo, the Ministry of Economy, etc. The level of articulation is necessary and quite impressive. And perhaps Minister Grau could insist on this again. The number of institutions and entities that you need in order to bring these to fruition.
So once you define those aspects, it's necessary to have a high level of generational capacity. PDPs, and I insist on that, are not command and control policies. Rather, they call for a great deal of discussion, listening, coordination at the public-private level, but above all, the public-public level. And I think it's important to understand the response of the Peruvian roundtables and how the private sector has been involved, and the idea is to efficiently organize a process. And finally, What isn't useful are the committees and meetings unless they are backed by a solid team. And again, PDPs call for significant investment in state-level capacity, which I think has occurred in some countries, is occurring in others, and this is a process that has evolved along a certain path and that we should study in greater detail. Thank you, Gonzalo. I just wanted to point out the significant distinction that Gonzalo made regarding countries. Some countries that do have institutional foundation in PDPs, and there are others who are just beginning this. So Piero Gessi, the floor is yours.
No te escuchamos, Piero. Debe estar en
I
mute.
cannot hear you. Your microphone is muted. Thank you.
Marco, y gracias,
Thank you, Marco,
Gonzalo, por la introducción también.
and Gonzalo for the introduction.
Yo voy a basar mi respuesta en la experiencia
I'm going
justo
to
de la
base
creación de las
my
mesas ejecutivas,
response on
que es
the
un instrumento de
experience
desarrollo
of creating
productivo
these
que
executive
hicimos con el Ministerio de
roundtables.
Producción de
This was
2014-2016.
that took place from 2014 to
Teníamos que
2016
implementar
when
una
I
estrategia
was
de diversificación
minister.
productiva y
We
en
need
vez
to
de contratar
diversify
una
the
gran
production
consultora
field. Instead of
internacional
hiring
para que
an
nos haga un
international
análisis
consultant to
extenso,
conduct a
¿no? y
widespread
prolongado,
analysis
quisimos
and
convocar a los
protracted
actores,
analysis,
¿no?
we decided to
Convocando a los
cite
actores
the various
privados,
stakeholders,
públicos,
private and
de los
public,
sectores que están más interesados en
from
trabajar
the
con un enfoque
sectors that were
productivista
most interested in
y
working
empezar a
on a
resolver problemas del comienzo y
productionist
no a
approach.
estudiar
And we
problemas,
started
¿no? A trabajar de comienzo, ¿no? Entonces, yo quería
working
dejar
from the
5
very
lecciones
beginning.
tal vez que hemos aprendido
We
de
have
los
5
mesas
key
históricas de gobernanza
lessons from
abierta, ¿no?
this
Lo primero, creo
experience
que es
of the
importante convocar a
roundtables.
los actores
First of all, it's important
adecuados,
to make
¿no?
sure that
Sabemos que
you
hay los
cite the
tremendos
right
problemas de coordinación
stakeholders.
público-privada,
There are major
pública-pública,
issues with regard to
privada-privada,
public-private, private-private, and
y
public-public
debemos comenzar a
coordination.
sentar en la
And
mesa,
it's important to
digamos,
make
como
sure
en la
that you
metáfora,
have
a los
seated
actores
at the
privados adecuados, que
table the
normalmente
right
son algunos
players.
actores gremiales,
These
pero
tend
fundamentalmente
to
actores
be
que están en la cancha, en conocimiento
players
contextual de
who
los temas, ¿no?
are
A la vez,
involved in the
en el
overall
caso
context.
público, convocar a
And
los que tienen la
as far as
competencia
the public
formal,
players
los
are
que tienen que
concerned, it's
realmente
important
firmar
to have those who have
las
formal
políticas
experience and
y los
those who
que
tend
conocen
to
más los detalles.
sign
No iban a
off on
ser
the
de distintas
policies and
entidades
are
públicas
informed
que
of the
sabemos funcionan
detailed
compartimentos,
aspects,
¿no? Y
authorities,
empezar a resolver problemas del
and
comienzo.
solving problems from the
No
get-go.
gastamos ni un,
Let's
digamos,
not
ni
waste,
mucho tiempo, casi nada, en
we
realmente
do
hacer un
not
gran plan,
spend a great deal
un
of
gran
time,
diagnóstico.
practically no time, on
Ni
conducting
siquiera
an
creamos la
assessment, a
institucionalidad
diagnosis.
formal
We
de
didn't
las
even
mesas
set up
ejecutivas
the
del
formal
comienzo.
institutional
Es decir, el
arrangements of these
programa de mesas
executive
ejecutivas
roundtables
se
from the
instauró
beginning.
formalmente
The
recién en
issue
2019 en
actually was
el Ministerio
formally
de Hacienda,
established in
cuando nosotros habíamos
2019 in the
comenzado
Ministry
4
of
años antes
Finance,
trabajando con
but we
metodología
had already been
mesas
working
ejecutivas, ¿no?
on
Entonces,
this
hacer
methodology 4 years
para crear
prior.
instituciones en vez de
So
crear instituciones, una gran parafernalia institucional para después
we
hacer, creo que es paralizante, ¿no?
got our
Empezamos con
hands
3 o 4 problemas que tienen una gran
dirty,
ventaja.
I
La
guess you could
primera
say.
empieza a
Now,
ganar
the
momentum y
advantage
credibilidad entre
of
los
this is
actores.
you
De hecho, el nombre
already see that there's
ejecutiva
credibility
la creó el
among
propio
the
sector privado.
various
Dijeron, esta mesa
stakeholders.
es muy
This
ejecutiva.
term executive was coined by one of these stakeholders because it was a very executive level with a technical dialogue, and we weren't there to complain, we were there to get things done. And the third issue that I wanted to focus on is the importance of being disciplined and keeping your approach honed on the production approach. And even the private players found it was easier to find a subsidy. It's easier for the government in many cases, it's easier for the private parties to receive a subsidy, and I think this problem has become exacerbated in recent years.
Implica que muchas veces el sector privado quiere que el sector público se
Often
ponga
because of a lack of
y la mejor manera de poner costado, dame un subsidio, una aceleración y yo me encuentro. Obviamente sabemos que no va a alcanzar porque no hay
capacity
forma que un subsidio
in a public capacity, the private capacity receives subsidies, and
pero hay esta tendencia natural y también puede haber una tendencia muy
there's a
natural
natural
del sector
trend, one could say, a public natural trend to have rigid policies stating what needs to be done. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. This is what I think. And now, having said that, I think we have evolved in recent years in the sense that with limited public capacity, it is useful to leverage private efforts through incentives that are complementary in nature. So the tax matters, tax issues may play a key role in that they can speed up processes that are already underway in the private sector, and scalability perhaps is simpler if you go down this route. I think it's important to take into consideration tax issues as complementary to the production approach. But being disciplined in terms of maintaining the production approach is important. And also having an open structure. I think the advantage of the effort carried out is that these round tables constitute a working methodology. That means that they can be adapted to different sectors, social versus technical versus political sector, or sectors in which the key stakeholders are more in the field or more centralized in Lima. So the adaptability is key, and to understand the current restrictions of the state and not to create a parallel state, but rather have appropriate coordination for greater public capacity. I think that is fundamental, and I'm wrapping up here in that one truly needs to leverage the potential of actors with conceptual knowledge and link this with those who have the ability to do at the higher level, the ministerial level, and having either only bottoms up or top down is a problem. And it's also important, if that's the case, you have to have a mechanism to bring issues up the scale. And you would then need the buy-in from the ministers and presidents. And that has been overall, speaking, difficult. In Peru, there is an advantage, and is that we went from executive roundtable, which was sectoral from the production sector, and it was moved to the Ministry of Finance. I think that's crucial. And the ministers of finance, once this concept has dug its heels in the Ministry of Finance, it takes off. Thank you. Professor Sable, you have been recognized. Professor Sable.
¿Tenemos al profesor Sable conectado?
Is Professor Sable online?
Hello, do you hear me?
There. Sí.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Yes, perfectly.
Very good. So first, an apology that the screen is blank. I'm very nearsighted, and if I put my face into the screen to see you see something very strange. And second, Professor Lane said that he speaks Spanish like a toddler. I speak Spanish like an Italian who spent a month in Buenos Aires and thinks he speaks Spanish. So I will also speak in English. Now I want to respond directly to the. First, I want to say that the report I think is really unique and does mark a turning point. Whether things turn at the turning point is another question, a practical question. But I think the report, for the first time, is a very clear statement, both of the very serious productivity problems of Latin America, but more originally, the fragmented and ineffective state of the many industrial policies that have been used to address it. And then going beyond that, the report puts a crucial evidence on acting both at the local level and at the national level, and of building the capacities needed in both places, and above all, to link the two. So I think it's an extremely important report with many practical indications for action. I want to respond directly to the question that was addressed to the panel, the first question, which is how to unify these very fragmented and ineffective initiatives. And I want to start by saying that the way to do it is to not try to do it directly. If you try to, the one conclusion not actually suggested by a close reading of the report, but a legitimate conclusion from the report would be we're wasting huge amounts of resources with these fragmented, dispersed programs. We should have national meetings to rationalize the system and to go in a consensual and effective direction. And I think that would be a disaster. It will just start perfectly obvious and endless debates about whether it's better to do this with fiscal measures or credit measures, or whether you need a public bank and which sector. I mean, it will result in an ossification of the existing fragmentation. So given that is, let me say, unappealing, what's the alternative? Piero suggested and has given a terrific example of the alternative approach, and that is to start building at the local level with national support, with funds and resources and so on, but not on a grand scale. Start at the local level, building the equivalent of what he calls mesas, and some of those mesas will be already in existence or close to being able to flourish as the result of earlier cluster programs. But where they're not there, the goal should be to start to build them with the double purpose or triple purpose. One purpose is to actually immediately start to help local economies develop coherently, build capacity at those levels, and then again build the capacity to link the local to the national. Why is that necessary? Why is it not sufficient just to try and have an extended cluster program? Piero gave the answer at the end of his presentation. It's inevitably the case that once local economies do begin to develop, and keep in mind this is very hard to do. A few successes will be invaluable to guiding further actions, but once there is some movement at the local level, it will become obvious that local problems almost inevitably require higher level interventions, either for infrastructural investments, for investments in R&D, or the universities, the technical institutions that produce them, for changes in rules at the national level, for changes in rules, international standards, or accommodation with international standards that can only be negotiated with the help of the national level. So while it's in order to avoid an impossible political impasse by starting at the top, it's crucial to start at the local level. It's equally necessary to not think that the local level can possibly be a complete solution. A related point is that, which I've suggested, but I want to make explicit, is that, and which is stressed repeatedly and admirably in the report, this kind of initiative, not based primarily on incentives channeled through fiscal fiscal measures or credit, is incredibly intensive in human capacity. This is not just a Latin American problem. The EU, which is moving in the direction of these place-based policies for many complementary reasons, has the same problem. The regions that need the development the most are the ones with the least capacity to make use of aid when it's offered. And surprisingly, even at the level of the European Commission, precisely because people have been used to either dealing with regulations or dealing with credit or subsidies in the case of structural funds, there's very little capacity to actually monitor and dialogue with the regional local initiatives. So you're not alone in this. And I could add, let me just to enlarge the circle of misery, the greatest single weakness of the US industrial policies with their massive commitment to funds is the very weak attachment to local initiatives, and especially the very limited ability of the national government and the Department of Commerce in particular to enter into dialogue with the local levels, even when it comes to monitoring the substantial funds that the Department of Commerce is giving to them. So this is a general problem. Okay, so what's the solution? Piero suggested, and I want to just say it explicitly, the solution is to create a kind of appeal mechanism so that when local problems emerge, there's a clear instance at the national level, or it could be regional initially, but eventually with a clear national connection, that has to respond. The national institution doesn't itself has to have the capacity to deliver what's required, but it has to be at the ministerial level, sufficiently high level, so that it can authorize the provision of the resources that are needed immediately. And this is the crucial point, begin thinking on the basis of the concrete demands that emerge from below, how the national level should be systematically reconfigured to achieve the unification of these policies, which is not obtainable directly, but through this roundabout method, going down in order to go up, but knowing that you're going down in order to go up from the beginning would make possible. Let me stop there.
Muchas gracias, profesor Sable.
Thank you, Professor Sable. Amir, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Buenos días a todos y todas. Saludos desde África del Sur.
Good morning. Greetings from South Africa. You will not have to suffer through my Spanish because I will be speaking in English.
I'm privileged to be part of the launch of this important document. And I wanted to start by expressing my congratulations to the CEPAL team, led by Jose Manuel, for a document that really reframes some of the contemporary challenges of Latin America and the Caribbean, and especially for putting governance at the center and really thinking of what are the governance mechanisms that can really make sure that industrial policies are effective and work. I think in terms of the design of industrial policy, that has been a lot of work that's already done. We know what might work, what doesn't, but implementing is a whole different challenge. So in that aspect, one thing that I particularly appreciated from the report was the focus on coordination. It mentions specifically the link with the coordination with other actors, the private sector, academia, the types of stakeholders, civil society. And it does so also looking at the different institutional layouts that exist, right? There's no unique solution, but it really depends on the country. And it does that through a comparative analysis across different countries. And I think it does that quite effectively. So in terms of the coordination, something that I would like to draw is those three different dimensions of the coordination that is needed for successful productive development policies. One is the coordination with other actors, private sector, and so on. I think the report covers that quite well. One aspect is the coordination within the state. And I want to draw attention specifically on the coordination that is needed for so-called green industrial policies, right? Which require a level of coordination that we have never seen before. Compared to the standard practice of industrial policy. Because for green industrial policy, if it's limited to a Ministry of Industry or Trade, the chances of success are highly limited, right? You need a key coordination with ministries of environment, because you can use environmental regulations to influence demand, right, as either as an import constraint or to influence consumption. With energy policy, you cannot have a green industrial policy led by Ministry of Industry and Trade if you don't have the coordination with energy policymakers, but also education, innovation, and so on. And in that regards, different governments have found different solutions, and it's important to go through institutional learning. And the document delves into some of the cases across Latin America. I think it's also useful to look at some of the cases in East Asia and how they actually achieve that kind of coordination, right? So in Malaysia, they have the economic planning unit that deals with the oversight. So they're really empowered. They sit with within the Prime Minister's office, but they're really empowered to oversee the work of all different types of ministries and make sure that they're not all working at cross purpose. And in fact, this is something that Brazil has historically lacked. And Brazil today, and we had the intervention from Wallace this morning, he mentioned some of the initiative led by his ministry. Brazil has probably like 4 different green economic transformation plans at the moment, led by different ministries, right? Which has some overlaps, but also some tensions. And that's because of the lack of oversight, right, by cross-ministerial coordinating council to ensure that policies don't work at cross purpose. So that's the coordination within country, within the country, but also the coordination amongst the different Latin American nations. And that is also something that the report emphasizes that is extremely important. Most Latin American countries have, maybe with the exception of Brazil, have domestic market sizes that might be too small to make advantages of the so-called green windows of opportunities. One option is to depend on, so-called nearshoring or greenshoring, but some recent work by Pietro Belli and Seri show that actually only Mexico is benefiting from those investments. For the rest of the region, that means it needs to take a more proactive stance, right, through productive development policies to really build these alternative supply chains and make sure that it also benefits from the industrial opportunities that arise from global decarbonization. And as such, I think the report does a great job at looking at some of this coordination. And here again, there are, the coordination that can happen through coordinating councils, the way that the ASEAN community does it. There's also the bilateral coordination amongst countries, and historic experiences include that of Airbus, where 4 governments realized that to be able to compete in specific sectors, they had to pool resources together, right, to build industrial champion. So the report and its rich analysis represent a big step forward in terms of how to think about how to concretely design productive development policies that meet the big challenge ahead of economic prosperity in a way that doesn't leave anyone behind within the country and within the region as well. So congratulations again. It's an extremely important document that will shape, no doubt, thinking around economic policy in the region for the years to come.
Muchas gracias, Amir.
Thank you, Amir. Now we give the floor to Camilo Rivera for the last intervention of the panel. Hi, Marcos. Good morning. It's good to see you. Greetings to Marco Ginás and Jose Manuel and Nicolo. I see him there. I join the congratulations of Amir for the study. Well, really, it's like rereading and rethinking about many of the things we've done together we've done here in Colombia. Sorry for the noise because we are in the National Assembly of Businessmen of Colombia once a year, and there's a lot of movement and noise maybe. About the question, and not to repeat what previous interventions have said, I would like to begin with what was mentioned in the previous panel, and that is, if you have this type of policies, you need to bear in mind the restrictions, the institutional governance, political economy, and something very important that is not that evident, but can be underlined from or highlighted from Gonzalo, Piero, and Amir, both in private and public sector, and then comes all the financial and needs of specific investments. But in order to mobilize those major projects, you need to have that institutional capacity and clear capacities to move projects ahead. In Colombia, as you know, the institutional arrangement is the national system of competitiveness and innovation. It took us a long time to have this system. It had been operating for several years, yes, and it has generated and bring together all the efforts in terms of competitiveness, productivity, innovation, and others. But we need to acknowledge and learn from mistakes. It's not a perfect system. As Gonzalo was saying, in the end, you need to prioritize. We don't have sufficient technical capacity, human and financial capacities in public and private sectors to solve all the problems of productivity, competitiveness, and productive development. It's simultaneously, it's impossible. It's impossible. But here, with the productive development policy that was launched 10 years back, I think that we made that mistake partly because we addressed it cross-sectionally in order to solve all the problems of productivity and it was such a big challenge that to some extent many were frustrated, although we did have much progress in certain sectors, in programs. We were able to reduce the fragmentation, atomization we had in several sectors. Also, we had the methodology, the ARCH methodology that helped us to really make the diagnosis of that fragmentation. It wasn't that evident in that all sectors try to improve in entrepreneurship, but each one creates an individual program, and then we try to solve from different sectors exactly the same problem with the lack of scale. And when that diagnosis is black or white, you can see and identify programs and have common objectives. In this government, with the guidelines provided by our president, Gustavo Petro, we need to move forward in the reindustrialization of this country and recover productive capacities that we have lost, but with a specific idea. Instead of being passive or reactive in trying to solve problems, at least, and once again, I take what was mentioned this morning in political economy, institutional, it's difficult to bring together so many players to be in a coordinated manner. In the reindustrialization policy, we built on top of that and give one common objective in productive terms. And therefore, that is why we focus on reindustrialization. We didn't want to make the same mistake as in the past, which is to try to select very small, go to the micro sectors and select them. No, that hampers the whole process and makes discussion difficult. And as Gonzalo Piero said, you start making diagnosis for 3 years and not implement policies. Today, what we've done is said, we have 4 objectives: energy transition, how to build goods and services around it, agribusiness, agro-industry, and bioeconomy, because agro-industry is not agriculture as such, but all sustainable leveraging of natural resources, how to chain that bioeconomy with health and therapeuticals and others. The third objective obtained from what we saw in COVID, we need to build capacity building more resilient in health, in case of future risks like COVID, and to become opportunities for productive development. And the fourth pillar is in terms of defense. We spend a lot in defense, and we need to really make the most of that expenditure insofar as technology and knowledge and know-how, especially in two sectors, space, airspace, and shipbuilding, and a whole approach that you know in ECLAC, all the regional development and what we've worked with you, Marco, also in how do we generate bottom-up development, because these approaches, although they are big projects, they end up landing down in a territory, and you need to link both things. And so we try to solve that problem of having scattering or efforts, but not having only one sector. You say there are major projects in these major beds. How to make that for those major projects to work? And in the short history of this policy, since only 2 years, but the policy was formally launched in December, and we have realized that it's easier to bring together the different sectors, each one with their own interests and targets, bring them together around specific projects. For example, what we are doing for the shipbuilding with Codemar, which is a company of the National Defense Forces, and it is a spearhead for the development of these projects. Another one that brings together is what the Brazilian government said for sustainable aviation fuel. It is energy transition, agriculture, and industrial development, bringing them together. And with that, you have a project bringing those areas together in a common objective. Obviously, I have many other views in this connection, but what's important, as I was saying, is to have that institutional union and make institutions with a national competitiveness system to remain in time and be permanent spaces for solutions and prioritization of these major approaches. Time is up. Sorry. Yes, this space is not the end of a conversation. It's the beginning of a conversation. However, I will give, as Nicholas did before, give each one of the panel members 1 minute for, like 1 minute, a few seconds for a final message. If something was left behind. Camilo, would you like to start and to do it the other way around? No, as I was saying, and also with Amir's word, the subject of implementation is difficult, so you need to be creative in the way in which you get diverse interests, stakes, not only government, but private sector. How can you bring together those efforts and target exactly the same objective? Our suggestion is to have mega projects that will allow to combine different portfolios with a common objective, and each one from the specific sector contributes to those objectives. And thus the message for the public will be easy to understand, straightforward. When you want to improve total productivity of factors, we are convinced here. So the problem is, how do you buy the rest of the sector or buy in the rest of the government and population? And some international experiences that have been successful, it's precisely because of that. With simple to understand objectives, and therefore you provide delivering very fast. Thank you, Amir, now.
Eso sí voy a decirlo en español.
I'm going to say this in Spanish. As you know, that project development process is not easy, it's costly, there are risks, and you need to accept them. And the alternative is more risky and costly. Keep status quo will have awful impacts on macroeconomic stability of the region. So we need to act, you need to act and move forward. And the process of learning from failures. It's important. It's important to have a tolerance level, tolerance to failure, and that learning process of designing and implementing policies again. Thank you very much, and the best of luck. Thank you, Amir. Your Spanish is great. Professor Sable, would you like to leave a final message?
Yes, I think I'm, at the risk of boring you, I want to repeat in an even more condensed form what I said earlier in the light of what the other panelists have said. This is a terrific report, and it's conceptual in that it shows very clearly the need for an articulated approach. The message I would like to leave, and I think it's completely in accord with what the other panelists are saying, is that unless this starts, unless the general program of renovation, of institutional national renovation, starts with concrete local projects, it will fail. The local projects have these features. If they succeed, they build a local lobby, a support lobby that will be resistant to changes in policy at the national level. So you need local successes in order to maintain the political stability of the entire program. Second, local successes are the way of building the capacity of the people you need, not just locally, but the people who can pass from the local level to, some of them, from the local level to higher regional or national levels. So the local projects are also the training ground for the people you need for the general program at the higher level. And third, the local successes with their difficulties are the source of the information that you need for reconfiguring the national institutions, who will then interact with the local ones, not supplant them, but interact with them. So my hope is that on the basis of an extraordinary report that poses clearly the essential questions, there is somewhere both nationally and in Latin America as a whole, there is the spiritual and human wherewithal to do something with this.
Thank you very much, Professor Sable. Piero, por favor, telegráfico.
Piero, please. Thank you. Yes, I think we emphasize the public capacity to implement productive development, and we don't emphasize enough how important it is to implement productive development projects to make grow this public. It's learning by doing, it's strengthening government capacities, breaking the inertia, and improves action. The other topic we saw is what Chat mentions, to begin from the territory and then start generating a joint vision, a stronger institutionality, and then how this small one with the large one, the territory with the province, and the ministry with the local start to have joint vision that access specific and survive the change of ministers. It's not the case of Chile. I see Minister Grau there that has been from the start of this government. But also the last thing is to focus scarce resources in leveraging and having a transverse or cross-sectional articulator leading these projects. I mean, leveraging all those efforts is very important. Thank you, Piero. You have the floor for the last comment.
I would just like to stress the idea that every country finds its own route. We're going to see this in 3 different cases. For example, Uruguay, when Uruguay created the ANI for innovation, and that immediately gave it greater capacity for assessment, and it was key to later maintain and diversify. And Peru is a different case. It evolved. The interpreters apologize. The sound is wanting. We're doing our best. The idea was to take opportunities. It's different, for example, in the case of Jamaica. All of the systems are based on a development bank, so they are different paths. But in the end, you need to have this mesh of institutional capacity. In order to have an appropriate institutionality. Thank you. Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you to all panelists. All very interesting, and your comments, your remarks have been a wealth of information, indicating many elements to rethink this and to delve into it. I believe we have the same diagnosis. We see that there is fragmentation. As Camilo said, I think we started with an adequate analysis, and then we see that governance and the strengthening of institutional capacities need to go hand in hand. Also, it's not just a matter of design, but more so for implementation. Someone said, I don't know who it was, that productive policies are intensive in management capacity. So this needs to be built in practice, not just elaborating documents. In practice, you learn, and it is done with a focus on experimental governance. It's also of the essence that each country find, and Gonzalo said it better than I, each country needs to find its own route. There is no model or recipe that is applied in a standard fashion. And finally, and this leads us to the next panel, development needs to come out of local needs. There needs to be a capacity to interact at a local level. That is what the circularity that was so well described by Professor Stable. The governance agreements are built based on specific initiatives. That makes it more easy, not so much large theoretical debates. Thank you all very much for your remarks, and we'll continue then. Sebastián. Thank you, Marco. As you well said, the last panel that we had in the morning, we will continue with territorial heterogeneity, and it is one of the main problems that we have. It has to do with these territorial heterogeneities. So we're going to continue with the next panel. Natalia, you have the floor. Thank you, Sebastián. We'll begin with the third and last panel for the day called National Efforts. So in the presentation, the analysis of how the subnational governments are carrying out their productive development, how and what they're doing, how much they're spending on these policies. ECLAC considers, as was mentioned earlier, that subnational governments have a key role to play in these productive development policies to improve the development of their territories. It is with these players in each, or stakeholders in each territory, that we get to know the protagonists in the design and implementation of solutions. However, it was also mentioned that these national governments have heterogeneous capacities, financial, institutional, to develop their policies. And aside from this overview, in the division, we've also been working on forming a network of subnational groups, and the Pichincha, Prefect Paola Pavón from the province of Pichincha in Ecuador will tell us about the network they formed in associating with us and defining 4 axes, priority axes, science and technology, clusters, and other articulation initiatives. They've also included to their list other matters for inclusive and sustainable development, such as circular economy, energy transition, and also very emphatically the inclusion of gender perspective. So we've noted a series of subnational governments that are interested in this network, that are joining, and how necessary it is to have a space for technical exchange in order to try to reduce this inequality that exists in the technical capacities at a subnational level. So to talk about this today, we have several panelists. In the first place, as I mentioned, we have Paola Pavón, prefect of the Pichincha province in Ecuador, the first woman to take on this position. We also have Christian Kettles, principal associate at the Strategy and Competitiveness Institute at Harvard Business School at the University of Harvard. Nicolás Grau, Minister of Economy, Development and Tourism in Chile. Rebecca Vidal, main executive of the Sectoral and Technical Evaluation at the CAF. And Vidal Irenas, who is an expert in productive policy in Mexico. So for all panelists, the first question that we will make is, from your experience, from your point of view, what should be the role of national governments? What role should the subnational government have, and how should they articulate this at a multiple level scale? With this question, I would like to first offer the floor to Prefect Paola Pavón. Thank you, Natalia. Warm greetings from the province of Pichincha here in Ecuador. I'd like to thank you for the initiative in ECLAC and to present the reality of public policies in our region, especially by including this discussion to the subnational governments, and to be able to do so in representation of the subnational governments that are now fighting on this network. Thank you to the invitation made by ECLAC. It is an honor. I would like to state that What was presented by Marco as a result of this report shows the need of governments in terms of public policies. For example, number 2, and that was mentioned extensively in the previous panel on governance, and the action line in number 6, delving into territorialization, understanding that the voice of subnational governments and productive policies is stronger and stronger. I would like to ask Natalia whether we can project my presentation. Next, please. I would like to begin by putting this into context. We have in both panels, in the presentation of the report, it was mentioned, but we should always remember that there has been a modest growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. I've also put the data in Ecuador on the table because they are extremely important for Latin America looking towards 2025. Next, please. So what are these restrictions that we see from the national level? It is evident, and we feel this, there is a disconnection with the territory. We cannot talk about public or productive policies if we don't look at and if we don't put all our technical capacity, with its limitations, but all our operational technical capacity, as well as the proximity of subnational governments on our people in order to promote national policies, productive policies. We have strongly emphasized in our conversations with the subnational governments that this is a homogeneous line, and we feel that given the different crises that we've seen in these nation states, there's been a dismantling of the state that hinders the ability to coordinate and articulate. This reduced capacity of national governments to carry forward an assertive public policy, one that is productive, one that counts on resources, has been difficult. It's important to stress these general characteristics that we start to feel this at subnational level. We were talking about, and Natalia mentioned this, we're talking about heterogeneity and the capacities that the local governments can have. I always stress this. When we talk about subnational governments, we place these differences in the models of autonomy, centralization, and decentralization that governments have depending on their situation. So we're going to have greater capacities in our subnational governments. If we have models that are not decentralized, then we will have governments, subnational governments with limited capacities. And it is a trend in the region. One thing is talking about this in Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico. And another is to talk about what happens in the rest of Latin America and smaller countries. And of course, especially in cases where there's decentralization, deconcentration. So we have competencies and responsibilities. When we talk about a national state, as we mentioned in the previous slide, governments, subnational governments, and the competencies don't necessarily go hand in hand with the resources, with the professionalization of technical teams. So it is a restriction that subnational governments are feeling. So if we focus on productive and social aspects, we would expect that these be accompanied by economic resources. And of course, with the reduced capacity and access to financing, it becomes extremely important. In most models, and perhaps I would make an exception with Brazil and Mexico, Argentina, maybe Colombia, all subnational governments in the region strongly depend on the income of national governments. So it is a strong restriction.
Nos preguntábamos, no sé si te regresas, dejábamos esa pregunta que creemos que no es menor, porque es uno de los temas que queremos poner.
This is a question that we pose for our international cooperation agents. How can subnational governments fund the development with their own resources with interest rates of 8%? This is a discussion that we are presenting to the subnational governments, because if we want to bet on territorial development and productive development, we also need to modify these rules.
Como les decía hace un momento,
as I said a moment ago, on this slide, we have a high dependence of national transfers. I would leave Brazil out, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, because that's what figures say. And of course, there would be a greater dependence of Peru, Bolivia, 90%, 83% Ecuador. Next, please.
Y claro, hacíamos un análisis, la red nos ha permitido ir levantando.
So we have been starting to look at figures and of the governments that we have in Latin America. 3,200 have competency in productive development that is linked to rural aspects, agriculture and livestock, to irrigation. So we have over 3,200 subnational governments in Latin America that have this attribution. Next, please.
¿Qué estamos haciendo en este marco de estas competencias que
So in these competencies that I mentioned earlier,
esto desde los gobiernos subnacionales,
we have this in the subnational, at a subnational level, agriculture and livestock, storage, all the challenges that were mentioned in panel 1 insisted on offering added value to our raw material. And we can do this from family economies, from rural economies, and of course with intermediary territories that could have a productive policy for these.
Para la producción. Este es un tema que varios gobiernos subnacionales lo están asumiendo.
So several of these subnational territories are taking this on and starting to think about new challenges, everything that has to do with renewable energies and new technologies, associated to these, and savings plans. I would say that one of the popular and solidary economies' role is mostly in women in our region. Every time we talk about savings agencies and solidarity and rural areas, that is mostly a role filled by women. It's important to mention that. So several of these efforts work on these local policies.
Es muy importante. Hoy, precisamente,
it's very important today. The chocolate fair in Paris, and all these help open the market for small and medium producers. Almost done. I don't want to take all the time. We need to organize the proposals. We feel it's important to have an institutionalization, and for this, the science and technology plans. It's important because the clusters, academic clusters, economic and productive clusters, and the territory help define the productivity, the productive activities. And this, with private companies, is extremely important. The previous panels talked about governance at multiple levels, and there is a link with these territories. So strengthening the relationship with academia and the productive economic sector is very important. Reducing gaps, public policies at a subnational level need to be marked by the logic of employment and growth, while our region continues to displace citizens to other areas of the world, and we don't want to export people. We want to export products. The wealth that our territories have.
Next slide, please. What are we doing? Allow me just to point out the efforts carried out by ECLAC with subnational governments for territorial production development in keeping with the sustainability, inclusion, partnership principles. What ECLAC is doing is crucial. I also mentioned that it is time to revisit the international financial logic. We cannot have so much costly financing for production development. We need to understand that the international financial structure needs to change the rules of the game. I'm referring to interest rates, terms, and ties with national governments. There are very few subnational governments that have the capacity to borrow so much and to have access to international lines of credit. Next slide, please. And some final reflections. We really need to focus on the development issue. It's not growth per se. We are very close to people on the ground, and we are interested in having a production policy for people that would be in harmony with nature and caring for our people at the heart and at the territorial level. There's a multi-level approach, and there are some recommendations as mentioned under the report, and we want growth for all without leaving anyone behind. The subnational governments have the opportunity to have that closeness because we're on the ground in the territories, and we can bring in emerging players in the rural realm, small and medium-sized players, and that's why we think that you cannot have a national policy without linking it with the local players. And that is what I have for you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Paola. Now let's give the floor to Christian Kittels.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this event. Thank you to the authors for this excellent report. It's really a step, I think, in our discussion that we're moving from the discussion on whether we need this type of industrial place-based policies, productive development policies, to discussion about the how. How do we do this? And I think as the report very clearly states, we're not at a stage where we start from zero. In fact, there's a lot of experience in the region that that we can draw on. So what is the role of regions? Allow me to also share a few slides that hopefully make the discussion easier. When we talk about regions, I think we often kind of deviate or are between two extremes. One is that regions are basically just the executing arm of the national government, because that's where the legal power sits, that's where the budgets are, and that's also where of course, for companies, the market is at the national level. On the other hand, when we, especially in situations where there is more power devolved to the regional government, we often have a situation where regional governments almost try to appear as if they are a national government, just in a smaller form. That tends to also have its limitations, given that they don't have the fiscal resources, as we just heard, to do that, just that. I think what is emerging is an understanding that we need to think differently about the role of regional governments. And it's really not that we kind of identify there's a policy area like skills or like tourism or infrastructure where we dedicate the responsibility to the regional level, but it's the part of the policy process that we need to think about in which the regional level can play a key role. Regional governments understand, and we heard that from the regional speaker, they understand the local conditions, they understand the context, they understand the needs. So what they have to do then is to think about what are the local assets and capabilities that we can mobilize to address the challenges that we face. What are the national policies that, if applied in our location, would have the best impact in order to really drive growth and sustainability and inclusiveness? And what are the factors that we have to attract from the outside, both people, but also capital? So it's not so much that you can anymore think about the policy space, and there's a very nice table in the report that tries to do that, to say, what is national, what is regional, what is local. And in fact, I think the report does a good job in showing that in a lot of these policy areas, all of those levels have a role. But we need to become more specific to think about what are the specific roles of the regional government. What are the questions that policymakers in regions have to answer? What are our regional assets? So that's a factual question. What can we draw on? What are the things that we have to offer as a region? What do we see at the national level, and how can we build that into our policies at home? Where can we make the most out of those monies? And what are the resources that we need to attract? So that's sort of the picture of how we can make this work. But there are two key challenges that I want to point out. One of those we already talked quite a bit about, and that's the heterogeneity across regions. Paola Pabon talked about the differences in legal structures across Latin America in terms of the legal powers that regions have. But it's not only that, it's also the economic capabilities and the strength of institutions. So this model that I've outlined works well in places like Medellin, for example, where we have a very strong chamber of commerce, very good public-private dialogue, in order to really, in a not very easy environment, make economic progress. That is much harder in those lagging regions that you have in Latin America, as we have in many other parts of the world, whether it's the US or Europe. There's no quick fix, but I think there are some learnings on what needs to be done. One is making choices, thinking about really what is critical, prioritizing, sequencing is even more important in places that have limited capabilities on their own. Second, central government needs to provide resources, but it also needs to provide technical support. And of course, that's also a role that ECLAC or CEPAL and CAF and the IADB can play as well. But let me also make the third point. What I've seen also in a lot of lagging regions is that it's not the intellectual capacity that's missing. It's not that these are stupid people that need to be taught on what to do, but we need to put them in the right context. We need to provide them with the right type of tools, and then also poor regions can move forward. So what have others done? Well, in Europe, I think we've tried through the smart specialization strategies, especially in lagging regions, to infuse new technologies in traditional sectors. So very targeted intervention that tries to kind of encourage convergence across regions. Has it worked? To some degree. I think it has changed the dialogue, but it also shows that this is a long process to go. How do you build capacity? An example here from Spain, from the Basque Country, of course, a quite prosperous region. But I think a good idea to look at institutions like here, the Basque Institute of Competitiveness, creating a local understanding of what needs to be done, analyze the data and the facts that you have in order to make better choices and formulate more informed demands to the national government. The second challenge that I also want to raise is the one of scaling the impact of regional action. Chuck Sable, for example, in the last panel talked about the importance of taking these first steps locally. And I think I can only agree to that. I think that's necessary because you can show concrete success. But at the same time, the experience also in Latin America shows that a lot of small successes, if not leveraged, are not enough to change the trajectory of countries or the entire region. So how can we do that? We need to create a better linkage between the national and the local efforts that you see. So national initiatives, national productive development policies need to become more place conscious. What are the right places to take policy interventions to make investments? They need to involve regions into this process, create incentives for the regions to try to bid for being a partner in implementing national policies. And finally, I think there's also need to think about at the national level about the portfolio of regional efforts, especially clusters that are emerging. One last example, and let me close with that. Catalonia has 3 decades now of cluster policy and regional productive development policy experience. They do a lot of stuff at the regional and sub-regional level, but there is also a central unit that provides technical support and has a strategic perspective on how is this helping the overall Catalan economy. I think there are examples to learn from, and I think hopefully that together with this report can contribute to really helping us to figure out how we implement these type of policies in a more effective way. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Muchas gracias, señor Kittles. Ahora le damos la palabra
Thank
entonces
you,
a
Mr. Kittles. Allow me to now give the floor to Minister Grau.
Muchas gracias, Natalia. Primero que nada, agradezco a
Thank you,
CEPAL la
Natalia. First of all, I would like to thank ECLAC for inviting me here to be able to talk about this topic and for allowing me to hear from the previous speakers. My remarks will be primarily focused on
lo que me ha tocado
what
observar y
I
analizar
have been able to see and analyze over the last 2 odd years that I have been presiding over the Ministry of the Economy, referring to the relationship between the national government and regional governments. A bit of context before, though. I think it's important for you to better understand my remarks. During the government of President Boric and at the end of President Piñera's government, we have seen that the regional governments have been elected for the first time ever. And this results in key attributions regarding production aspects. It's important to point this out because what has occurred in recent times in Chile has been that, and I would say that there is so much changing at the same time that the positive effects of what's working well and we cannot draw a clear root cause regarding this. For example, we have seen that there have been natural disasters, common in Chile, but more intensive in nature in recent times, and these have had an impact on what we see going on. We have more fires, greater rains. The regional governments, for the first time, have a role that is assigned to them in terms of political independence. Certain freedom with regard to resource spending. Of course, the resources are limited, and there's a relationship there with regard to the National Budget Office. So I would say a lot is changing in the production realm. There are environmental challenges as well. We have our carbon neutrality commitments, and the climate crisis is having an impact. We also have to become more resilient, and there are, well, changes in that front. Given that context, despite the fact that there has been significant debate in Chile, I am positive in terms of the role of the regional governments in production. Of course, this does not mean that everything is working seamlessly in terms of the ties between the regional and national governments, but so far, I think the regional governments have made a good contribution, and allow me to point out where they have had a good contribution and how we have tried to best leverage those aspects. And allow me to wrap up with a very concrete example of production articulation in the region. This is similar to what what Professor Sable mentioned. First of all, there are two aspects that the regional governments manage quite well in Chile. One, they have vast knowledge of their own production challenges. That, of course, is important. They have knowledge that is not duly centralized in Chile. The Ministry of the Economy in Chile is not a very large ministry. So it's not that the capacity allows for specialists to be in each region regarding the production context of each region. But that does exist in the regions, of course, with varying levels. So there is knowledge in the regions regarding production and that sector. And then the second comment is more qualitative in nature, but important nonetheless. The regions have ambitions. They have their own production ambitions. The different regional governments have ambitions as to where they would like the country to move, and these authorities now need to be reelected. So they are trying to push forward large production projects. They are they have this hunger for ambition with regard to production, and they do not necessarily have loyalties with the central government. That's fine. They're loyal to their constituents. So they have this independence that allows for them to foster this ambition and demanding a great deal from the region, from the central government. That wasn't the relationship in the past. In the past, the regional intendants had to be loyal to the national government because they were appointed by the central level government. So therefore, the regional governments today have reasonable ideas and detailed information with regard to what they think is best for their region, and they have specialized knowledge regarding many different production-related key aspects, and again, the ambition. So all of this, I think, is important. What have we tried to do with them in order to channel these positive aspects? Actually, before that, what are the regional governments lacking? Well, human capacity. They do not necessarily have all the human resources they require, but the regional governments do have significant resources. I don't think they are restricted in terms of production resources, but it's likely that they are lacking in knowledge and capacity overall to get the most from their existing resources and for policy implementation. Now, if you think about the different economic production-related challenges, we see cause and effect, and they face a variety of different issues that call for practical implementation of PDPs. We see that problems tend to repeat themselves, and some issues call for complex analysis, and they do not necessarily, not all the regions necessarily have this significant analytical capacity. So they may have the financial resources, but not other resources. There's also this learning process with regard to how to best execute their budget, because the first time the regional governments have that. And this is the context that brings me to talk about two things that we have done in order to best leverage the advantages of regional governments, while also adding to the regional government's capacity with national capacity. Now, the second term of Bachelet's government, and that has been picked up by Borch's administration, is related to a policy in terms of regional production development committees. These are led by the regional government. They enjoy participation by the private sector, by different individuals who are appointed by the regional government, and the central government also takes part on these committees, but to a lesser extent. So the political leadership of these regional production development committees is regional, and they have been designed to best focus on the different development tools available. So at the end of this is something that the Borges government will implement nationwide. And what we will aim to do is make sure that these committees will replace, I guess you could say, Corfo's role, and there will be the idea is to have better thought out production development policies in keeping with the regional context. But Corfo and Cercotec, the two agencies that implement these actions, will still have the national level character. So these bodies have economies of scale and the capacity to implement the programs at the national level, but the regional level will be in charge of the design and certain aspects in terms of timelines or requirements. For example, when I started my role, there were many complaints with regard to the deadlines, and there were complaints that these were not reasonable in keeping with the regional context. So the designs will be managed now by the regions, but there will be still national institutions that will implement the policies, and they have the best information regarding best practices. So this balance that we are securing is quite complex in terms of how the PDPs are implemented, but I think we have a good balance here in terms of the advantages versus disadvantages of the different levels of government.
And finally, another point that is in line with Professor Sable is that during 2023, we worked in an agreement between government of Magallanes, the enterprises that would invest in green hydrogen, the big ones, and the national government that we participated, Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Economy, so as to have a major agreement on how to implement and make the most of the green hydrogen industry in Magallanes. So here there is an example of how to make good investment in human capital, in articulation, in common infrastructure, in design of the city and technology. I give you very concrete examples. The agreement defines a procedure on how we work. It is a design of industrial policy, highly horizontal, where enterprises with public sector, regionally and nationally, start to discover the challenges and solutions to those challenges and coherently articulate all the policies required along these lines. We're speaking about investment projects of over $60 billion. If they all were implemented, it would double the energy capacity of the country. But in this case, there's a 100% increase for energy production that is required in green hydrogen, calling for efforts of infrastructure, of human capital. So we have that permanent ongoing feedback between private sector and public, and the role of the Ministry of is an articulator, bringing closer problems, challenges for the implementation of this large-scale industry to the different actors of the state, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Education to prepare for capacity building, Ministry of Public Works for the infrastructure. And so we have a relationship with a lot of feedback, and the state articulates all the conditions for this industry to develop. And at the same time, we require from the industry a greater commitment in order to develop this in a balanced way with all value chains. And this is very relevant for the different actors, for the different ministries. Complex problems, challenging ones, but very positive for the country, and we learn how to do that concrete articulation. Thank you, Minister. Now, Rebecca Vidal from CAF has the floor. Thank you. It's a pleasure to share with all of you today. And on behalf of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, thank you for inviting us to participate. Well, somewhat with the question, as to the question of the panel, what are the roles of national, subnational governments in productive development policies? The ones that have preceded me have presented a series of points, but in assigning roles, it will depend. The answer depends on many elements and uniqueness or specificity of institutions or countries involved. So maybe we will refer to some nuances and we will refer to two planes. What does it depend on? Depends on institutional scale, which is not the same as institutional strength. It's a scale. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have great diversity. Large countries like Mexico and Brazil, other small ones like Panama, from where I am, to Uruguay. So it's normal to have great diversity of institutional scales. And to the extent that national governments are located in smaller scale countries, have the ability to reach out to specific interventions, because the contributions between regions or local governments in each country are necessary. That pattern of articulation is ever more necessary. Now, in larger countries where there is a greater distance between the different roles of the national government and subnational ones, it's more complex. It encompasses a lot of things, and sometimes a subnational government, just to make a cartoon comparison, but for example, the subnational government of Brazil can be even larger than a national government of a smaller country. So there, the issues of institutional robustness is relative, has certain relativity. But national governments, I must say, that would be more focused in productive development policies, in mainstreaming activities, guaranteeing juridical soundness, attraction of investments, promoting an incentive system in order to have the productive activity come into being. Now, a smaller scale, subnational governments focus on roles or more specific interventions, like the support to the development of cluster initiatives or support of them, or value chains with local components. We know that with technological progress, there will always be components in the value chain, especially if we are speaking about value contributions that are being expressed through technology services. And so there may be an articulation beyond the local that is ever more intense. Now, as to the subject, which is one of the levers enabling productive development and financing, there is a shared role there between national and subnational governments. From multilateral agencies, we accompany both instances for the development of those puzzle pieces that need to be made available for productive development, and therefore, very often we work in second floor, second tier, third tier banks, because we work with development banks of the countries. Sometimes they are national, other times subnational, for the implementation of these agendas. We try to see that they be in sync, aligned with the priorities nationally and regionally in order to add value to other efforts that are being promoted from other areas and thus try to achieve an impact that will add up all the efforts in different players of ecosystems, national and subnational. So there is a first plane of relativity of the institutional scale, which is highly linked to the population or demographic scale of these decision makers and may have diversity as to institutional strength. And the second plane of diversity has to do with, well, Vice Minister Camilo Rivera was sharing a personal thought on errors that have been made in the past. There were strategic decision making. Where are we going to focus effort and resources? And here there's one axis that goes from the smaller sectors, more incipient sectors with greater needs, to more robust sectors with the international competitiveness. When we decide to concentrate in smaller sectors, the resource allocation and policies are more costly. You need to build more capacity from scratch, and that has a more assistentialist political nature. Now, if we decide to focus in economic sectors with greater development or even internationally placed, we assume a vision from the point of view of productive development that can spill over effect in all the players of the value chain. In the middle, you have these that can have the potential of becoming winners or actors of international competitiveness. Those are from the intermediate sector that will have important efforts in capacity building, but also with a positive spilling over on immediate value chains. So these are the two planes or fields that need to be taken into consideration when deciding what is the role of national, subnational government in terms of institutional capacities, scale, and a strategic decision of each one as to the sectors to be involved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Vidal. Now, Vidal Llerena.
¿Me escuchan, verdad?
Sí, perfecto.
Sí, gracias. Pues, bueno, yo quisiera, estamos en este momento y me voy a permitir hablar en ese carácter del equipo de transición de la Secretaría de Economía hacia el nuevo gobierno.
From the transition secretariat to the new government. Sorry, the audio is very, very poor. I will refer to some issues of subnational governments. Firstly, we need to understand two things.
Que por un lado es una federación y
entonces specificity of a federation.
Muchas facultades, digamos las propias de gobiernos soberanos.
Local governments.
Y luego y por lo tanto se tratan de gobiernos que tienen una gran cantidad
powers. These are governments with major powers. And a federalism. Sorry. Where income is concentrated. There is a dichotomy. What has happened in last years? The best industrial policy was not to have it, and Mexico captained that idea, where the idea was to have free trade agreements like that of North America and others in the world, and that was going to generate economic dynamic. In the last government, this changed to regional investment projects, major regional projects to promote local economies.
Y algún replanteamiento de algunas ideas,
Important investments
pero con pocas capacidades
and
y instrumentos para
considering some industrial ideas.
Lo que sí pasó en estos años
What happened in these years
dinámica de integración
is that this dynamics of North America integration in the north and center of the country was accompanied by local public policies,
capacidades, instrumentos, know-how, posibilidades de traer inversión,
instruments, that is, possibilities of bringing investment and certain activities that explain
otras economías de América
the
Latina,
complexities
procesos de manufactura, algunos de ellos muy complejos, ligados con
and processes of manufacturing that are very complex but linked only to North America,
pero también con la industria automotriz, la industria aeronáutica, la industria
but
eléctrica,
mainly concentrated in electronic industry, aeronautic, air industry in places like Chihuahua and others.
San Luis, Aguascalientes, etcétera, ¿no? En donde se generó esto relacionado con
this was generated in an exchange with North America, but industrial policies were developed insofar as clusters.
Esto generó efectivamente también que otras
And this generated the fact that there are areas of the country that are not integrated in the value chain, and therefore there is an important challenge insofar as competitiveness of the economy regionally. What we want to say into the future is to have greater instruments in order to help from the national government with the development bank
próximos años para poder coordinar
in order to organize these policies.
Desde el gobierno de transición con
We have
los encargados,
begun
las encargadas de desarrollo económico de los estados del país para poder coordinar
liaisons or to coordinate policies in different states, and we from national government serve as facilitators
y poder entender cómo también
and be able to understand how
para
from
poder
the national government we can develop a cluster policy for development poles in places of the country
pero también poder tener
where it's evident that this can be developed, but also to have a policy in other where it hasn't occurred before in the center and south. Develop clusters and thus provide them with the possibility of integrating themselves to the value chain of North America with inputs for Asia also, and therefore promote the national content of exports. 20% of Mexican exports have from the beginning a national component. A country whose comparative advantage is manufacturing. It's the country that exports the most to the United States, and it is the country that imports the most from the United States. Evident interaction, but the challenge is to increase the national content. And secondly, to have more complex productive processes in the center and south of the country that involve developing a cluster policy and at the same time have a more effective articulation with local governments that already are developing policies. This is, I guess, to fill the gap or or rather have opening policies, and we have this area, and the idea is to have national instruments. And secondly, is that the experience of certain policies of interaction were useful. Many of them were useful in promoting activities, but in the north and central north of the country. And we will also have to find in the center and the south of the country.
I think
una tesis doctoral reciente donde se comparaba Querétaro y Nuevo León. Se preguntaba por qué hoy
well,
Querétaro
there
y
was
Nuevo
a
León
thesis recently by Querétaro Tarón where he mentioned they produce the same. It is counterintuitive. And they are regional policies
muchos años, con muchos tipos de gobierno desarrolló desde los años 70 y generó una economía pues, que hoy
where they generated
mundial, ¿no?
an economy.
Producción y que ha tenido que ver.
Apologies, the interpreters would like to mention that the sound is extremely wanting.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Llerenas.
Thank you, Mr. Llerenas.
Sí, ¿se escuchan bien ahí? Yo escucho medio extraño. Tiene que apagar el micrófono, ¿no? ¿Sí? Ah, ok, gracias. Bueno, vamos entonces. No sé qué está pasando porque.
Something is wrong with the sound.
A ver ahí, mejor.
This one's better. All right. So now, in the interest of time, we're going to ask the second question. We ask that your answers be 30 seconds, and I'd only like to add something to the first question, and several of these were addressed. The second question has to do with strengthening the institutional capacities of territories, especially of those territories that are lagging behind. 30 seconds. Mr. Llerenas, if Vidal is not there, we'll continue with Rebecca and then we'll come back. Here I am. Okay, the other way around then, with Vidal Llerenas, the first speaker. I'd like to insist on the 30 seconds, only adding to this without making it relevant. Thank you, Vidal.
Bueno, yo me quedaría todavía con algunos temas de cómo poder entonces compartir.
I would think about how we can share what the experiences are to generate an adequate interaction with national governments and how this can help us redistribute
actividades, regiones que son ya dinámicas, que están integradas en los globales, que absorben tecnología, etcétera. Cómo el reto puede ser, cómo lo creamos también en regiones con menos
how we
conectividad,
can do this in regions
con economías menos complejas. Creo que México es hoy un planteamiento central. Hay un planteamiento del gobierno de podemos crear polos de desarrollo en regiones más del sur, más del centro del país.
more at the center of the country where
¿Cómo puede ser
they
solo
will be generating development, and I understand that it can only be thanks to a good impression at a local and national level. It would be good to find a solution for this. We apologize again, but the sound was inadequate. Thank you. I'd like to share from the perspective of a multilateral agency the interventions that we promote to strengthen capacities. One has to do with the classic strengthening capacity building programs, mostly trainings, and in fact, I'm going to share in the chat a program that we feel is linked to what brings us here today, which is an open course that we've developed. It's not open now, but it will be in a couple of months. I'd like to invite you to save this information, and the capacities that this program seeks to build have to do with how companies interact, the ones that with other entities, larger companies, to be part of production articulation initiatives, and of course involving the private sector. The second type of intervention has to do with strengthening programs that are more customized and some more specific cases for sectors and clusters that focus on the private sector.
Que abarcan tanto temas de fortalecimiento de capacidad de gestión y gobernanza como capacidades productivas muy específicas de
with productive capacities. The third intervention has to do with programs specifically designed for institutions that wish to strengthen their capacities, such as knowledge transfer, and fourth is the development of knowledge products, where all of the entities make an effort to promote experiences and best practices that could be applicable in other contexts or countries. And the launch
productivo de América Latina y el Caribe, pues es un ejemplo de este tipo de productos de conocimiento que nos interesa mucho divulgar.
Of this session is very interesting for us.
Hacemos este tipo de cosas o instrumentos, bueno, la cooperación.
We do this through these mechanisms, through technical cooperation, and this is focused on these activities, and I'm going to see components for financing programs for the sector. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vidal. Minister Grau, you have the floor. Thank you. Very briefly, I'd just like to add one example of what I mentioned earlier, which illustrates how we can articulate the advantages and disadvantages of the different levels of government. Regional governments now are very ambitious. They're trying to push certain strategies in their regions, and as part of that effort, they are promoting greater direct foreign investment, and this has been historically high compared to the region. They are huge and have been quite successful. Since 2016, there's an institution that is dedicated to this, Indus Chile, and something we've done recently is that there are over 50 people. And we don't have capacity for a specialist for each region, and Invest Chile has trained each of these so they can understand how this foreign investment system works so that it can be aligned with the design and strategy at a regional level, because there's no distinction between regions. And it's very important to have a good articulation. It helps them identify their potentials and specific aspects that would be relevant in our opinion. This is going to promote a more democratic action in the country and will help the central government to learn, because we'll see what works and what doesn't work and identify what the bottlenecks are in the region. This example is very specific and be able to train
al mismo tiempo que es coherente con lo que se hace a nivel nacional. Creo que es un buen ejemplo de cómo se pueden articular experiencias tanto nacionales como subnacionales. Gracias, Natalia.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Minister Grau. I'd like to offer the floor to Cristian Iquitos.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to focus, like Rebecca Vidal, a little bit on capacity building in terms of institutions and individuals. Put into the chat link to a global network called the Microeconomics of Competitiveness Network. Orchestra, which I mentioned, the Basque Institute for Competitiveness, is part of that network. It both trains leaders, both in the public and private sector, but it also provides analysis and it provides data in order to inform strategic thinking at the regional level. Invite partners from Latin America and the Caribbean to join us. We have very strong partnerships also with your region to work on that. I think we need that individual and institutional capacity. I think that will ensure that we can make better use of the type of instruments that Minister Grau and Ms. Pavon mentioned that are emerging in more and more countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Pasamos ahora a la última intervención, en este caso de la señora Pavón.
Quisiera insistir en el tema de las líneas de asistencia técnica.
I would like to insist on the technical lines for capacity building. It was mentioned by Rebecca. We have a pleasant experience with the effort being made. We have a loan
Previo incluso de los estudios técnicos. Esto es fundamental en el eje productivo. Entonces creo que hay que insistir mucho en estas líneas de asistencia técnica para poder ir fortaleciendo esas capacidades institucionales.
We need to build these capacities and create this technical capacity as well. So in the network, we are not only focusing on what happens at a subnational level, we're also discussing the challenges and opportunities and solutions. It's important to imitate positive experiences. It's been very difficult. It's cost us resources, efficiency, and productive policies. So looking at the similarities in these territories, it's important to imitate successful experiences. And finally, I would stay with the clusters. The clusters allow bringing together different sectors and the role of academia. Sometimes we don't articulate the productive development, economic development, in the different
en los planes de ordenamiento territorial, el rol de la academia. Y ahí hay una gran fuente de capacidad
there is a significant source here because it will help us have better results. Here in Ecuador, we are putting strong emphasis on the provincial governments and the clusters, academic productive clusters. This effort we've made for the private companies, provincial governments, and academia. So we hope to articulate, even with the new professionals that we will have, they're being trained as we speak. So this will help us have more efficient results. So, with those of us who share the panel, well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Prefect Pavón.
por supuesto que no es un resumen de todo lo que se dijo acá y de todas las cuestiones bien interesantes y ejemplos que cada uno aportó.
There are several examples I'd like to summarize for the importance of the distribution of roles. They have stressed that the definition is not clear with the legal mandates. It doesn't necessarily reflect what the governments are doing. It's important to define these roles, and these will depend on many factors. There are no recipes for these role definitions. There is decision making, and at subnational level, it's not only about responsibilities, but also capacities and resources, and the importance, finally, of the exchange of experiences within the countries of the region, the importance of articulating between governments and international organizations and development banking in order to be able to strengthen these institutional capacities of the different territories. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. So for the closing remarks, we have the Executive Secretary, José Manuel Sirinax. Thank you very much. I would like to stress our thanks to all our panelists. We have seen in our policies of productive development, I've worked on this quite a bit, and there's been meetings where this critical mass has been seen. I'd like to stress our thanks to Marcos Ginás and the entire team. I'd like to mention that we've had around 400 people connected on Zoom. And I'm not really sure about the other platforms. Thank you very much to everyone who connected and is still hearing us. And I'd like to say that it was very interesting to fill this space with annual reports on this topic. It's important to scale these policies. There's no other way. We must be able to overcome this trap. It's not only about growing, but also promoting growth and environmental sustainability. And with this, we have all the policies mentioned. I'd like to quote Charles Sable, who said, "This is a terrific report with many useful recommendations for actions." Thank you, Charles. Thank you all, because there have been many similar opinions. The most important thing is the validation of these three sessions with several points, and I will mention a few. First, we validate the new vision of productive development, and the first panel very much was in sync with the characterization that we made. One of the first messages was the need to scale the policies in the region. Second, as part of that, we validate the emphasis in governance and institutional capacities to scale the policies that we see in the As Nathan Lane said, the details of implementation and governance must be seen, and we are recognizing the institutional aspects, territorial ones, and many other comments that were quite insightful and important. The importance of open architecture and having a practical approach and working with and supporting all products, as Charles Sable said, these contribute to all efforts. Gonzalo Rivas reminded us that few countries have an institutionality for these public policies. We need an evolutionary kind of system. Several of the speakers agreed that the governance-based approach that does not put subsidies ahead is very intensive in human capacity. Synergies, collaboration, and articulation are very important to prioritize unless we have a broadband for these policies. We also heard about the efforts, the need to make efforts for training. Several comments on the importance of governance at multiple level, and that there needs to be an effective way of connecting local initiatives with institutions and national support. The importance of subnational efforts was not only validated, but there were many comments that enriched this topic. Several comments on how to link this with the governments, the presentation of Christian Kettles, Paula Labón, Llarenas, etc. Minister Grau also shared decentralization efforts in Chile for the regional productive committee, and the importance of having a long-term approach, because the benefits of these policies are cumulative in time. And having strong institutions is part of a guarantee, but also a greater probability for continuity. Third, well, this was all institutional. Then we stressed the importance of working on cluster initiatives and other similar initiatives, such as the executive groups in Peru. Ms. Llarena spoke about the importance of building development poles. Fourth, the importance of financing the development banks. Jose Antonio Campo mentioned that, and there's no doubt that the financial capacity is important in order to make a difference in the level of investment that productive development has. And this was a contribution of productive development, the economic integration. And sixth, this is the last point that I'm going to mention, was the importance of research and development, which is certainly included in the vision we presented in the report, and that countries will need to find a way to mobilize resources for. There's a lot more, but that is all for now. Thank you all very much. Thank you to all the commentators, the speakers, and everyone who connected today. And here at ECLAC, we remain even more motivated than we were 3 hours ago to continue to work. Thank you.
Bueno, muy bien. Felicidades, Marco. Felicidades.